Okay, so I was talking the whole time. I was talking the actual whole time. I was talking the whole time. And I thought chat was talking back to me. And there were messages that incidentally could have been responses to what I said that continued to gaslight me. Okay, anyway, this is not Stardew Valley. This is Fields of Mystria. I was trying to get a crystal caterpillar to fall out of the trees, but it wouldn't do it. That's why I stopped. That's why I was deforesting and stopped. How's everybody doing today? I read Hi Mouse going to a gay wedding dinner, so can't stay for the yaoi. I was the chatter who had mice in his wells. I brought 4 to the rehabilitator and kept 2 babies to raise. They're the cutest things. I haven't named these ones yet. Ironically, we named the 4 other ones. My first clue that my mic was muted was I started laughing and then it said, sorry, I was laughing because I forgot the name of the characters in the Sekimeiya. And then I said, you should name them, Katsuki and Shiroya. Hello, Malik. This is Fields of Mystery. I love this game. Oh shit, it's a cutscene. You named the Mama Mouse Beatrice? Oh. March content? I wish. Oh, here he is. Oh shit. I love March. We love March. In case people don't know about Fields of Mystria, March is gross. We hate him. He's the worst, but he's look at his attitude. He's so hot. Everyone's like, what the non-based members of the internet are like, why is March romanceable and so rude, and Ulrich is so nice and he's not romanceable? And it's like, no, fuck off. If you had to pick only one of them, we're going March. We're going March. Oh, it's okay to admit you're in over your head, March. Is March the character everyone mistook for a butch lesbian when the trailer came out? Yes. This is Weeb Stardew Valley, yes. Yeah. There is someone called Hayden. Hayden's kind of beefy. I'm saving my reading aloud until we get to the visual novel. Whoa, moment with March? Yeah, I never romance anybody but March. I want them to finish adding in romancing so bad. I read the first chapter of Seki during the last week. Hope you like it. Hey, we're liking it so far, I think. I might not be liking it in the right way, but I'm liking it. This doesn't look like Sekimeiya. It's not. We're just waiting until Joe gets here. Having a Joe read a visual novel for 4 hours after he streamed for 6 hours is going to be interesting. I told him that and he said, no, it's fine. So, you know? She's very excited and is having a lot of fun imagining Sai and the Iron Maiden. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, another thing I said while I was muted and didn't realize it was that you can tell that this is Fields of Mystria and not Stardew Valley because the quality of life features are better, but the music is worse. Not only that, but reading the Logic Puzzle book right after solving Blue Prince's main bit, you know, he can do what he wants. He can do what he wants. I offered to not stream today, but here we are. Bump, bump, bump. I did give him the out. It does look totally different from Stardew, yeah. Is Fields of Mystery 1.0 yet? This is still getting content updates. They have so in this one, they unlocked about 3/4 of like the mining area. The hearts are capped at spoiler there. Hearts are capped at 6 hearts here. So you can only get up to 6 hearts. You can't get up to like relationship status with anybody. These chests aren't nicely color coded. I'm crashing out. If Mouse is having problems with her power, why doesn't she just draft a breaker room? Why didn't I think of that? So they don't have romance or like marriage or stuff fully unlocked. Joe is asking if I'm live. Okay, like 5 people told him yes. Thanks. Right. Waiting for full romance before playing this? Yeah, that makes sense. Should we color code the chests? Can you color code them by like, or do you have to craft color coded ones? I guess you can craft differently colored ones. My farm is so dirty. Yeah. Why wouldn't it be? Does it make you feel better that at least the chests are organized into categories? Yeah, I have his stream open. Thank you. I was gonna recommend a game I thought you would like but may have never heard of called Decarnation. It seems like your thing. I have never heard of that actually. Can you send that to me on Discord so I don't just forget it immediately after acknowledging it, because that happens a lot. Not just on stream, but in my regular life. It would be interesting, but a bit rough to stream. It's French. Oh, okay. Yeah, I also just play games, clearly. It's so French. Say no more. Alright, I gotta close my window real quick. Here we go. Oh, I didn't mean to knock that down. Ah. Sorry, I know that my farm is a mess. I'm sorry. The other thing is that hello, welcome raiders. French Du Valley? No, I don't think that they're French, but if they were, it would be better. I know my farm is a mess. One thing about Fields of Mystria, we're doing Fields of Mystria till Joe gets here. One thing is that stuff on the farm respawns really, really quickly, and I just don't care enough to pave it or clean it up constantly, so my apologies. Literally the Expedition 33 outfit, that's true, yeah. That's true. That's true. And my name is Lune. Is this better than Stardew? I don't think it's better than Stardew, but it has a bunch of quality of life changes that are cool. It also has like conversation between people in the town that are a little bit closer to something like Rune Factory 4. That I really like. Like the town members feel like more connected with each other, I guess. Like there's a lot of like group events and stuff, which is pretty cool. Am I excited for Stardew chocolate game thingy? Haunted Chocolatier? Yeah, I am. I'm very excited. Hello.
Wow.
What's up?
Fields of Mystery spoilers. Wow. I had no idea.
You had no idea what? That there's a farm?
That you could like make fences and put them around your trees, and that there was winter. Now I know there's winter.
Now you know there's winter. I'm afraid that you're far enough to know that that you can put fences around trees though. Do you like my little tree area? I like doing this.
I do like your tree area. It's very cute.
Okay. This game is Fields of Mystria. It is currently in early access. It's really good. And now we're going to shut it off. Because Joe's here.
Look at all your chests.
Yeah. They're all organized too.
You went with cat instead of dog?
Yeah, of course I went with cat instead of dog.
Wow. Okay. I am going to get a drink before we start. That's okay?
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay, be back.
Okay.
I'll mute my microphone while I'm gone.
What I think about Portia / Sandrock. First of all, my brother is a voice actor in both of those. My brother plays the dad in Portia and Miguel in Sandrock. I love my time at Sandrock. Portia, I had a little bit more of a hard time with, but I feel Sandrock, they solved a lot of the issues with it. Can I turn him up so he'll be audible when he talks about blueprints for a few hours? Sure. I'll adjust his volume when he gets back. I really love Sandrock. It's nice to have games that aren't sort of focused on just farming and have like creative stuff. And I'm super excited for my time at Evershine. Yeah, the co-op should be. So the two big complaints with Sandrock are that the co-op isn't that great and it like goes on for too long. Like it's a weird complaint to have that a game goes on for too long, but like the main quest drags. Like I've never managed to finish it entirely. And they said for Evershine they're going to tighten it up and they're focusing on having co-op be more functional from the start. So I'm really excited about Evershine. Actually, can I turn Joe down a bit? His shirt is very loud today. Oh yeah, I can do my best. I can do my best. Should we have 20 minutes of audio problems at the start of the stream for fun? I fell off Portia before the end of Sandrock even longer. Yes, Sandrock has a better story, I think, but it is pretty long. Don't forget to place Corner Pond over chat and map. Okay, 1 second. Is it there? Oh yeah, here we go. Should we make it? There we go. Did I read bits yet? No, I can do that now. Thank you, Kaylee, for cheering 100 bits when I was offline. Sorry for all the problems you had this past month. I hope this helps. Also, have you seen Shrek? And if you have you seen Shrek 2? I saw Shrek when it first came out, and I don't remember anything about it, and I have not seen any subsequent Shrek movies, and I have no idea how many subsequent Shrek movies there are. There could just be Shrek 2. There could be more. I got no idea. Nyagus, yes, you are welcome to automod that and the H word if you want to. Did I see the Game Dolgas yesterday? No. Not H Bomber guy. No Harry in this chat. Automod the word hello, it's Mouse. They're already mad enough about Dalmec. I don't know if we should mod Mouse. Let me post that we're actually going to be reading the Sekimeiya on socials and stuff though. Whoop. Something on my desk just fell. Okay. We're so back. We're so good. Fields of Mysteria was just a little treat for the people who came earlier. Okay. So there's that. How do I make a post? What do I do? Okay, here we go. All right. Thank you, Lemonade. So now that everybody is here, except Joe, we don't need him for this. I will let you know that I did lose power briefly earlier. So if you didn't know this, I live in Pittsburgh and my power went out for 4 days this week and I lost all of my food. I came back and streamed on Friday, and then Saturday my power went out again because a tree fell down. So apparently we had a big windstorm and it loosened all the soil, and there's more rain which dampened the soil too. So first a bunch of utility poles and trees fell down, and then a couple of days later utility poles and trees are still falling down. They just feel like falling over now. So I don't know what happened earlier, but I got my power back after a few minutes, It's been stable for a couple of hours, but it's possible that my power will go out again. If it does, we're just going to call the stream because I don't want to mess around with that. Is Joe stealing all my luck to play Blueprints? Probably. So there is a chance that this stream will drop. Joe and I talked about it ahead of time and decided we wanted to do it anyway. I hope that bad things stop happening to you and good things happen instead. That's a brave stance to take, but I appreciate you taking it on my behalf. Chat, I feel conflicted. I love Mouse as a streamer, but she dissed on Nier in one of the Blueprints VOD polls. There are two wolves inside me. Also, being a stream viewer, I obviously can't be a reasonable person and disagree with her opinion while also respecting her as a person. What should I do? I am only a Nier Automata hater. I am not a Nier Replicant hater, notably. I don't hate the Nier series and I don't hate Yoko Taro. I only have problems with Automata. So if you can like reckon it in your head that I'm not a complete, I'm not completely worthless in this manner, then maybe that'll help. I don't know.
You have to agree that 2B's outfit is better than Kane's though, right?
No, I don't have to agree that. Hold on, I think I need to turn you up a little bit. Can you talk a little bit?
Hello? Hi.
Yeah, you're quiet. You're turned up all the way on Discord and OBS, so can you just be like a louder person, maybe?
I am a man, so I could probably do that, sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah, perfect. Okay, there we go.
Tiny Joe? I have a tea steeping. In about 5-10 minutes, I'll go and make it. That's okay.
Yeah, that's okay.
Start. Are you gonna share your screen with me again so I can read?
No, you just have to guess. You just have to guess.
Well, I mean, are we doing it a different way?
That's no, you're just doing me. No, I just forgot to share it.
It's okay. I've barely had tea lately, actually. This is like my second tea this week.
Whoa. What are you drinking instead? Coffee? What are you on?
Yeah, coffee. Yeah. I didn't have coffee either today. Did you eat? I had a protein bar. I feel like I don't have any calories for today. I think I hit all my macros. I'm done. I think.
You're done?
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm done. I might sneak some lemon cake later, but yeah. Blueprints was so good. Holy crap. That's such a good game.
Yeah. Almost made me want to play it. I am louder than you. I don't have another way to turn you up, though.
That's weird. I'm the same setting as I usually am. Am I still really quiet?
Chat, is quiet?
Am I quiet for chat, or is it fine?
You're quieter than me. Yeah, I'm looking at the levels on the mixer. Check your noise suppression settings. You have background noise that sounds like a 40-year-old man rambling.
Wow.
I could turn myself down. I can just...
All my volumes are the same. I have gain control on already as well, so...
I don't know then.
I can turn myself up on the audio interface. 1 second.
Okay. Joe is so much quieter. The mouse is like they're in the same room again.
All right, how about now? Is it a little bit better now?
Yes, it's much better now.
Okay. Do. Oh, watch stream.
I could add a gain filter to the Discord capture. That's true. It's too bad he didn't see the poll that said 80% of people want to see him stream more. Did you know 80% of people want to see you stream more, Umineko?
Yeah, I saw it. I just didn't want to. I just don't want to acknowledge it.
Oh, okay, cool. Shall we get started?
It's not a red truth. I think we should get started. I am surprisingly excited to see where the story is going this week. I want to know what's going to happen. Do we have voice assignments?
Voice assignments are the same as last week, which means let me pull up my my thingy, which means I have Sai, Shiroya, and Arena, and you have Kate, Katsuki, Akaro, and Isla, and we swap narration.
Okay, I will see if I can remember that. Okay.
Okay. Do you want me to copy and paste it to you?
No, I'll figure it out. It's okay. It's okay.
Okay. I just forgot it as soon as I said it, so it's fine. Okay.
All right, maybe copy and paste it then.
Here you go.
What's the streaming policy? I didn't see that last time.
Streaming policy?
On the main menu, there's a streaming policy.
Oh, it's about the tracks. Did he move closer to the microphone? Now he's louder? I don't know. Maybe he sat up. Like,
I can turn the audio interface down if I'm too much louder, yeah. Kate, Katsuki, Akaro, and Ayla. Okay, I'll see if I remember that. Okay.
Yeah, so this is what Godot said, that the soundtrack has licensed tracks that can trigger copyright detection. So Naja has been filtering those out, and my channel is not yet monetized, so should be okay. All right, we're not doing. Okay. Huh? Put me on the second save menu, and I almost lost my mind. Okay. Here we go. All right, so where were we at? We discovered that the Sekimeiya was a teleporting dragon egg, and we went back in time or something. And then Sai yapped for a while, and that's all I remember.
And it smells bad when
Yeah.
you can use it, but maybe only we can smell it, and it needs to be warm to collect energy to be able to be used.
The pin has a brief recap. Brief Seki recap since it's been a long week. We found the corpse, Naomi's corpse, teleported back in time, then decided to put the Sekimeiya back in the cold cabinet and suddenly heard a noise outside the room. Thank you.
And everyone was accounted for when we heard the noise. It was a door opening, which means someone else is here or someone else has time traveled from the futar, and we're going to find out where they are. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. We'll just get back into it. Do you want narration or should I take it?
Can you take it first?
Yeah, sure. Seki is slightly loud. Is that better? Classic audio issues, that's true. What is Sai's ultimate talent? Getting Reddit gold. You don't hear a difference? Okay, well. What about now?
Am I still too loud, or am I okay?
I think you're okay. Now it's good? Okay. All right. We're going. That's it. That's good. 30-minute cooldown on any more audio changes. All right. Nothing, huh? Yeah, the rooms were all empty. So if a person made the noise, they must be above us right now.
Time for round 17 of like going through all the floors to find someone. Someone watched your hallway to make sure it was always being observed, right?
Yeah, Sai did. We also checked the bathrooms once we were done. Who remained outside in yours?
It was Katsuki.
Oh, my friend Atsuki? That's good. Say, did Kite look at any room all by himself?
I did. Are you implying... Excuse me. Oh no, are you implying that perhaps I ignored something on purpose?
It's almost like you worked for like 6 hours before hopping on the stream.
Oh
Yep.
no.
Stay here. Sorry for slowing the process down, but I just can't take his word for it. Wow. Hater. Sai stepped into hallway A. He didn't ask for the rooms Kite had entered and simply went ahead with looking through all of them. I couldn't blame him for suspecting Kite, and the rest of us felt the same. There was no complaint besides Kite's outraged look. After the smoky crystal room, Sai entered the storeroom. We expected him to silently move on to the next one again, but once he exited it, he directed his look at us and showed what he had between his hands. Upon processing the sight, we ran to him in a daze.
What? Was it in the storeroom?
Held in Sai's hands was the Sekimeiya. It was white, as being touched hadn't changed its color at all. Yes, I found it hidden behind this sofa. Without warning, he moved the object to make contact with my skin. It scared me a bit, but nothing happened. So it's not working now. Anyway, Kite, did you look through this room?
Yes.
Not only that, but it was the first one he entered.
That's true, I remember. But that's because it's the farthest room from this side. I was looking for a person, so I didn't look behind the sofa.
What a convenient excuse.
Do you actually think I hid it? I couldn't have done that. We locked the cabinet.
Katsuki, was Kite the last person to exit the event room? He might have had a key.
I don't know, but we all left very fast. I don't think he could have had the time.
Someone stay here. This floor is definitely empty, but we need to check the event room while making sure that nobody can move between the floors. Here we go. Alright, we'll stay behind.
Can't we go too? Ew?
Isla, enough. You all can go. Let's see what happened. Irina and Dyla stayed where they were. That was the safest option up until that point, but as things were, staying in an uncertain spot such as the stairs was more dangerous than moving through an empty floor. It was something Irina must not have realized, but her demeanor was clear. She wasn't leaving Nyla alone. Nonetheless, the rest of us agreed and entered the event room once again.
It's really not here. How's that possible?
Raising the curtain revealed the Sekimeiya we'd left there a few minutes ago was gone. It shouldn't be, right? We made sure nobody was in the 2 hallways. That's why I said that the last person to exit must have already had it.
Look, it's unlocked.
Of course it is. Kate must have a key.
I already said that I don't have it. There's no way I could have unlocked this cabinet. Could he even have unlocked it if he had it? Did he enter this room again? Not that I saw. When they were done, I went to the mechanical room, so he might have had his chance then. Irina would have brought it up, though.
I see, so he had an opportunity. There's no way he did that, right? Our group was done quickly, so he could have appeared at any moment, and Irina would have had to keep this from us.
It's amusing to see that now you have to resort to this to keep suspecting me. Irina wouldn't lie to you.
Weren't we all liars a second ago? And what else makes sense? Did it disappear magically? No, that would be crazy. It's not like it fucking teleports. What are you saying? Yeah.
Well, oh, there we go. Well, it made me teleport. Would it be that crazy to think that maybe it did?
And it unlocked the cabinet too, right? Did the fucking Sekimeiya send the cabinet to the past to when it wasn't locked and just stroll on out of it? Damn, he said
yes.
Fuck. Was that 11? Caps is keeping count. I didn't discard the possibility of you traveling to the past purely because nothing else explained what happened. This has a simple explanation. Kate did it. I know that you think you didn't have the time, but I don't care about that. I left this room when he was inside, so for all I know, he could have easily done it, even if all of you are lying.
Well, you're free to think that. I highly doubt it, though. It seems that your reasoning has stopped being so influenced by Sai. That's good, Katsuki, even though I still think you're a fucking murderer that killed Naomi.
Hold on. Just one sec. 13. We're at 13 fucks,
13.
Everyone. Yeah.
Now put the Sekimeiya in the cabinet at once. It hasn't changed colors yet.
Fine. There you go. Sai put it in the cabinet and closed the glass. It was a slightly funny sight after hearing him say that we wouldn't take it out again.
Do we lock it?
Why would we? Kate will be able to keep getting it out.
You can watch everything I do if you so desire. I will never get the Sekimeiya out of here. You said that Naomi had the only key to open this cabinet, right? The only one I'm aware of, yes.
But the culprit must have her key.
We saw her unlocking the cabinet before the smoke appeared. If the culprit didn't take it, could anyone have picked it up from her dead body? Sai checked her pulse, isn't that right?
I did. Why? Are you concerned that she had a key up by her neck?
No, but only you approached her.
That was after you killed her, though. It sounds to me like you had a much better opportunity.
Sai couldn't have picked it up. I was paying attention.
Thank God someone's competent enough. Nobody else checked her corpse after that, so the key must have already been gone. Do you want to hear my theories about Sekimeiya? Do you want to hear my theories really quick? I posted these in Discord.
You got off the pillow? Okay, sure, go for it.
I got off the pillow, yeah. I got off the pillow for like 1 minute because you were like playing Blueprints and being like so smart, and like I was like, oh my God, like I really need to pull my own weight. Okay, so here are my here are my two things that I think about the Sekimeiya. Ready? The first thing that I think is that they're gonna these big brain motherfuckers like Shiroya and Katsuki are gonna decide they have the ability to go back in time, so they're gonna try to go 2 weeks back in time to save Mia's life, and then they're gonna fuck everything up because we're gonna run into time travel rules, and then they're gonna like kill someone else accidentally, and it's gonna get all messed up. And August said that's just Steins Gate, so I think it's Steins Gate. And then the second thing that I think is that because Sai is the only character who has any character writing, he's either the bad guy or like central to the story. So that's my huge thinking moment.
Metagaming of the story. Yeah. That's true. Like right now, Akaro is just kind of here, right? I don't know why Akaro's here.
Yeah.
And Irina's here just so Isla can be here, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, but
and
Akaro
Kate's
is
here to be the fall
one.
guy. Kate's here to be a red herring.
Yeah. Okay.
C8 said they're gonna cause the thing that killed their friend. Obviously, yeah, that's probably true. They're gonna end up causing it. It would be fun. So that's what do you think? What do you think?
I think you're right.
You think I'm right? Are you just saying that?
I think you're right. No, I think you're right. I think you're right.
All right, fair enough. All right.
Why don't we go see if we can find it?
Sure. Sai opened the hallway A door to indicate to Irina and Isla that we'd go check the other hallway. They're still there, so let's go see if we find the key. Opposite to the event room in hallway B was the room where we'd found Naomi, B4, the last time we hadn't searched her body. Who wants to look for it? I'd do it, but I don't want to be suspected even more. Nobody volunteered. Being close to a corpse was already enough for us. Fine, I'll do it, but if I find it, don't suggest that I could have skillfully placed it in one of her pockets.
Go ahead already.
Sai started feeling every pocket of Naomi's clothes. It didn't take long for him to find something. Here, these are keys. Yeah, this is the pocket where she had the cabinet key. Sai was holding a key ring containing 3 keys, 2 big ones and a small one.
It's none of those. They wouldn't fit.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Do you know what these 3 open?
That one opens the door in the floor 2 staircase. I don't know about the other 2 though. So she doesn't have the key for the cabinet.
Let me keep looking. Sai searched the remaining pockets, but they were all empty. It seems not. Her killer took the cabinet key after killing her, and we know who that was. Kate looked at me while everyone else looked at him. It was like this is like the nausea rounds where it's just like everybody's just locked in on one person. Don't try it again, Kate. You must have killed Naomi and then unlocked the cabinet with her key. You've proven yourself to be quite stupid a few times. Says the #1 yapper. So you must have hidden the Sekimeiya in a room you looked through, hoping we'd ignore it.
That's ridiculous. I'd have no reason to do that, let alone the time. It's baffling how you don't realize only Katsuki could have done this. What now? I just time traveled, okay? You killed Naomi, so naturally you got your hands on her key. Then, while you were looking at hallway A from the lobby, you went to the event room, you unlocked the cabinet, and left the Sekimeiya in a room that I had searched in order to frame me. There's no other way.
Don't you know how risky that'd be? He could have been seen at any time.
Likewise, if you tend to blame me, you're implying I took the same risk. The difference is that Katsuki had a reason to move it, to frame me. If his plan succeeded, I would have been the main culprit. However, by hiding it, I wouldn't gain anything. What am I going to do, frame myself?
Neither of your motives are enough, and Katsuki would have been more likely to be seen with the Sekimeiya. You're not going to convince anyone.
Why don't we do a thorough search then? Let's search each other to see who has the key.
And Sai says, I'll take Katsuki. Of course not. Nobody would be dumb enough to keep it on themselves. I bet you already disposed of it in another one of the rooms you inspected. Even though he said that, I still showed my empty pockets. Katsuki doesn't have a motive. Please stop accusing him. There's so much blood, so this is where everything happened. And to do this to someone in front of a camera, you need to have a real reason for it. We need to find the person who did this to Naomi. They made that noise earlier. Look at Naomi's face. She must have been terrified, and being afraid of this happening might even be why she hid from us. You said that right, Akaro, that she looked preoccupied when she appeared. She didn't do anything, and the real person responsible took her life.
And why would they do that? It's true that she looked like the culprit, and that's why I still think she was. By killing her, they'd only be confirming that she was innocent.
Or involved in a way that's harmful for them. We need to know what happened to her and find who's actually behind it. We shouldn't leave her like this, though. She doesn't deserve to spend 11 more hours lying face up with that expression. We're only an hour in! Okay, I'm
of
here.
loop one. Of loop one.
What? Do you want to cover it? Isn't that what you do for corpses? We should prioritize maintaining the crime scene. I don't think so. She died in this room and cameras recorded it. There's nothing to preserve and we can give her some dignity. Her stance was understandable, and nobody wanted to argue against it. It was possible I'd get in trouble for it, but I went ahead and detached a curtain from a cabinet and laid it over Naomi's body, covering the face that communicated how she'd spent her last moments.
How long until this body disappears?
Thank you. I'm sure she would appreciate it.
I'm not sure that was a great idea, but now let's make sure to find the person who did it. Doesn't it feel like they're taunting us, making noise to let us know they're there and refusing to appear?
Even so, they wouldn't have had a chance to move the Sekimeiya.
Can we really be sure? Our priority should be to find them. I don't think any of us did this. There's a real culprit who murdered Naomi and is responsible for the Sekimeiya vanishing. Who knows what else will happen if we don't stop them immediately? I don't know how they did everything or how they weren't found, but we have to hurry. They're somewhere on a higher floor right now, so let's find them. Big Battler vibes.
We left the room behind, and with it, Naomi's corpse, which lay under a beautiful red cloth. She had lost her life in the tower with us, and yet we knew nothing about her or the identity and intentions of her murderer. I was trying not to let it get the best of me, but my mind was all over the place. I couldn't allow anything to happen to me and Shiroya, and fuck everyone else. And the moment I'd instantaneously moved between places kept replaying in my head. We met up with Irina and Isla and summarized the few conclusions we've been able to draw. Once again, we had 5 floors to go through. Oh no.
Okay, this seems like a scene change. Let me go finish my tea and I'll take over narration when I get back, okay?
Alright.
1 second.
I was just thinking, Gizo, that we needed Nanjo here. Room clearing simulator. They should make us, they should introduce a mini game at this point where we have to go through the map and then click it and it goes bing. And if you look through them in the wrong order, it feeds you faulty information for the rest of the visual novel, so you just never understand what's going on. Goodo, take notes. Our poll determined Sekimeiya is a sequel to Steins Gate, not a remaster or remake. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Spiritual sequel. We did have an option for ripoff. I wouldn't call it a ripoff, having played 1 hour of Steins Gate. There's been like 0 weird like anime creepy guy moments in this one. You need at least 20 of those in the first hour if you want it to be a ripoff. Exactly. There have been no great vegetables yet. There have been no vegetables at all. These people have to be hungry. I guess it's only been an hour though. It's kind of funny how when you pass through the middle room, your gemstones are set to 1, just like blueprints. All of these games are connected.
No. Oh no.
Welcome.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Okay, I have a tea. And I'm ready to read. We good?
Yeah.
We good? Okay. Were we going to find anyone a second time? It must have been almost 11, implying that someone might have been able to remain unseen for 2 full hours. Oh, progress. 10 hours left now.
Oh.
This is starting to get old, so let's be fast. This person only wants to hide from us, and they're also being recorded by cameras, so our only goal is to find them and question them. Since it couldn't have been any of us, splitting up won't matter. Everyone make sure a floor is empty and then stay somewhere outside the offices. This way, someone who's hiding can only escape by moving between floors, and they'll be easily spotted. After a few minutes, it'll be impossible not to have found them, so we'll all move back to this floor with that person in tow.
I don't think this is needed at all.
We went up the stairs following Akaro. If none of us were the culprit or had ulterior motives, then the plan would work. It was only slightly faster than moving up progressively, but it'd be equally successful.
We'll stay here then. Actually, never mind. This arrangement of yours is a great idea.
After we checked that nobody was in the bathrooms, Irina and Isla were left behind on floor 2, free to enter the partitions. Sai said he'd inspect and wait on floor 3. I'll look through this one. The rest of you keep going up. With the car staying on the 4th floor, Shiroya and I remained on the 5th. Kate was left with the last one, and he said he'd make sure nobody could stay hidden there.
I can't believe that they would let Kate take the 6th floor whenever they all suspect him, and if there's someone in the attic that he could be colluding with, he could then just freely communicate with them. Like,
Yeah,
what
and
are
by
they
himself
cooking?
too.
Yeah, like what are they cooking? Okay, whatever.
We easily looked through our 3 sections. There was nobody there, so we stayed next to the elevator.
We'll have to wait then.
We can head downstairs whenever Kate comes back.
We have to find someone this time, right? Someone must have been on the crystal floor when we heard that noise.
I'd say so. Unless they can make it up to the attic, the only way we could miss them is if someone purposefully covers for them. Are you tired? When did you wake up yesterday?
Sometime in the afternoon. I'm okay though, just a bit hungry.
Yeah, I'm the same. I'm glad I ate a bit before leaving. Do you not carry cereal bars with you anymore? You always used to have 1 or 2 in your purse.
That was at school. I brought the ones I had when I came over, but I finished them off a few days ago. I wouldn't be surprised if they stopped people from bringing food in here anyway.
Right. I didn't think about that. I was thinking that if we want to go find the old cabin, we could do it tomorrow. It hasn't snowed in a bit, so that should help us get there. It was pretty far.
Are you sure it'll still be there? I don't think I remember how to get to it, and I'm sure it's changed a lot since then.
It wasn't that fragile. But not that fragile of a cabin. I'm sure it held out against the weather, but maybe that's like critical error in me. Holy shit.
Good, we need to know if you did that on purpose. We need to know if you did that on purpose.
But maybe the door is buried in snow. We'll have to see.
It was already like that? Amazing. You know, I thought of something earlier. Do you remember Danny?
Danny?
Danny, the tiger.
Oh, that stuffed thing? Yeah, of course. It's been forever since I thought about that.
For you. I haven't been able to find him in years. I just thought that maybe I left him in that cabin.
You know, if you get tiger and minus tier from it, you left the G. Yeah. Yeah, for no reason at all. You think so? You definitely brought him there a few times. Maybe I left something there too. Now I want to go even more. Tate didn't mention a cabin in his story, but I'd be shocked if it was the same place. There are probably a few similar fields on that mountain.
I'd be happy if we could find him. I used to have him with me all the time.
Yeah, we'll get through this. We'll find the person who made that noise and put an end to everything. There was a pretty big couch in the lobby, so you can probably rest there if you need to. Gloria didn't reply. I was forcing myself to be optimistic and distracted from what was going on, but it wasn't enough. Naomi's empty eyes weren't something she was going to easily forget. She lowered her shoulders, trying to loosen up, but her posture was still completely rigid. Our arrangement was efficient, but if someone had gone to the 6th floor, Kate could pretend it was empty. Due to the attic door, we wouldn't be able to prove he lied unless we had the security footage, and yet we still let him go up to the 6th floor. However, it seemed like Kate was serious about finding the culprit. If he hadn't been making that up, he would report his part of the search truthfully. As I thought of him, I heard muffled noises coming from above us. They were incredibly faint footsteps. Muffled noises. Okay. They were incredibly faint footsteps we could hear solely because of the pure silence surrounding us, which indicated that Kate was walking across the 6th floor. Do you think I could have time traveled?
This track is a bop. Huh? I don't know. It's kind of unbelievable. Do you think you did?
I think so. Experiencing it myself makes me doubt that anything else could have happened.
Jarvis track name, please. Can I display that somehow here? I don't know how to show the track name. How do I display the track name? Middle click? Oh, okay. Local theory. I see. How was it? Did it hurt at all?
Oh no, it was immediate. Did I really disappear from your perspective?
Yes. I thought I must have imagined it somehow, but my first impression was that you instantly vanished. I actually ran up to the cabinet to check if you fell inside, but I could only see the gray Sekimeiya.
If anyone else said that, I would have left it open for doubt. Someone else could deliberately lie to make me think I teleported when they knew what actually happened. but I had taken Shiroya's experience at face value. If I intended to think of an alternative to time travel, I had to factor in her viewpoint as well. I'm also pretty sure I time traveled because of what happened on the 6th floor earlier. You saw me next to the offices and thought I'd moved over there, right?
Oh, that's right. When I got back, you were next to the elevator again. I was going to bring it up, but you looked a bit nervous, and I thought something might have happened. So you were the one who brought the elevator up?
It seems so. Traveling to the past had caused her search to come up empty, but the circumstances for that were highly specific. For a second search, everyone was watching over a separate floor, so it was unlikely something like that would happen. Something like that would repeat.
I'm sorry. If I hadn't brought up coming here, this wouldn't have happened.
You don't have to apologize for that. I wanted to go too.
Are you sure? Nothing has happened to us yet, but depending on what's really going on, we might be in danger. Someone is dead.
I feel horrible about what happened to Naomi, but it's likely she was involved with this plan in some way. There's no reason for anyone to target us.
Well, we're searching for the person who did it, right? That might be a motive in itself. They killed Naomi in front of the security cameras, so they're not afraid of being recorded. And there's also this teleportation. Not only that, but a lot of things don't seem right, do they? How did the Sekimeiya disappear just now?
Well, someone must have used the key to open the cabinet.
But nobody could have, and if somebody did, it was one of us 7. Or I guess, either Sai or Akaro. You were looking at hallway A, right?
That sounded reasonable from her point of view. She wouldn't have kept track of Sai and Akaro while she looked through the hallway B rooms. Yes, but that's not really the case. Sai, Akaro, Kate, Arena, Isla, and an unknown person could have still done it. When I went to look inside the mechanical room, Katai, Arena, and Isla were looking at hallway A. During that time, they had the chance to enter the event room, although it would imply that they were either working together or threatened into silence. Similarly, if they didn't keep watching the hallway or were working with an unknown person, that person could have also had the opportunity to enter. That doesn't make much sense to me, and it means that they had Naomi's key even before we found her body. But what you said about Sai and Akaro doesn't make much sense either, because the Sekimeiya was found in the storeroom in hallway A. Sai and Akaro were looking through hallway B, so they could have opened the cabinet by picking up the key from Naomi's body and then going to the event room.
But then they couldn't have left it inside one of the hallway A rooms.
Yeah, the only way to do that would have been by cooperating with Katai and Arena. When I was in the mechanical room, either of them could have entered the event room knowing that their hallway B companion had unlocked the cabinet, or maybe they let them hide it.
I'm back on the pillow, just letting you know. I'm right back. This is all you.
This is kind of hard to follow a little bit.
Yeah,
like
I don't fucking know. So in the end, the only possibilities are that either Katai and Arena or the culprits worked with them or were forced to keep quiet. Nobody could have hidden it in the storeroom without being seen by both of them. And Isla too, I suppose.
That's right. And if it's true that no more keys exist and they weren't threatened, they must have been behind what happened to Naomi. They wouldn't have been able to unlock the cabinet otherwise unless they cooperated with someone from hallway B. Or someone else time traveled. Big Mac, what are we doing?
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Come on, man. They don't even know if there's only one Sekimeiya. There could be multiple of these stones. There could be multiple people time traveling. We don't know that, like, just because they found one in one of the rooms, there can't be, like, more. Like, there could be any number of time traveling freaks hiding in this building. Come on.
At least 3 people are lying to us or nothing makes sense. That was the conclusion we'd come to, and Shiroya looked pretty defeated about it.
What you said earlier, that nobody from hallway B could have hidden the Sekimeiya in the storeroom. Could there be a way around that?
I considered that it was Sai. He entered the storeroom and acted like he'd found the Sekimeiya inside, when in reality he'd had it on him the whole time. That's the only way I can think of, but it's not really possible. Technically, Sai could have hidden the Sekimeiya in his hip pack. However, we talked for a bit before he went to examine hallway A, and his back was facing us when he entered the 2 rooms there. And I couldn't see that there was a hip pack there. He's so cool, he has a hip pack, and I'm sure that if the Sekimeiya had been there, one of us would have noticed. His pack would have looked bulkier than normal. Damn, the girth.
You better bet Katsuki would have noticed if his hips were looking bulky. Probably right. He wouldn't have any other way to keep it hidden. So the only possibility is that Katai and Arena did it while you weren't there.
I think so. They must have had the key before we found Naomi, and only Katai could have killed her. However, Kate can't be responsible just by himself since he wouldn't have been able to get the Sekimeiya before I went to the mechanical room. By that point, he was already with Irina and Isla. When I left the mechanical room, Irina told me that nothing had happened, so she was either working with Kate or she was threatened to keep quiet. Nothing works involving someone from Hallway B acting on their own, and the only other possibility could be an extra person threatening Irina and Kate to keep quiet. You were with your group in Hallway C when you finished, so it's unlikely that the person came down from a higher floor. They might have been in one of the Hallway A rooms we checked.
Someone else was definitely on that floor, right? So that shouldn't be impossible.
That's true, and if someone was threatened like that, they wouldn't reveal the culprit's position now, even if they found them. In fact, they might still be on the crystal floor.
So, maybe the way everyone spread out on those floors wasn't the best idea.
I can hardly take myself seriously, but I have to think about time travel and teleportation too. I just don't want to miss possibilities, and ones involving what should be impossible have now become potential realities. I can't deny what I experienced. I have no idea what the rules would be, but if the Sekimeiya grants time travel abilities, it makes a lot of sense that someone's chasing after it or trying to accomplish something with it. They could know more about its powers than we do. They might have been making use of them from the beginning. But why would anyone bother hiding the Sekimeiya? No matter what I think, there doesn't appear to be a clear purpose, since it would always be trivial to locate it if it's not brought to a locker or the attic. But let's assume the culprit wants to hide it in the storeroom, whatever their reason. If they truly did it with the time travel that occurs upon touching the Sekimeiya, it follows that in the future, they'll have access to it. So someone could be ready to go to the past and hide it in the storeroom right this moment. They might intend to make it out of here with the Sekimeiya in some way. It teleports you to the past, doesn't it? One goal could be to make it to the past holding the Sekimeiya itself or other gemstones. It would appear as if they disappeared from inside the tower, and only one of us could be responsible, but I wasn't holding the Sekimeiya when I traveled to Hallway A, so how would you go to the past with it? Avoiding the two hallway groups is more than possible if someone used time travel. First, they lured us out of the event room by making the sound we heard. Then they appeared inside the event room from the future. I don't know what could determine the position you teleport to, because I appeared in hallway A when I hadn't been there 20 minutes before, but if the culprit touches Sekimeiya while holding the cabinet key, they could appear inside the event room with it. Why not? Once they were all in hallway C, they got out of the event room and left it in the storeroom while they hid elsewhere. If they had already lived through that portion of time, they could have known the entire sequence of events, that they would be safe in the event room until we found the Sekimeiya, but then they'd also know that it would be found right away, so why bother doing all this? Maybe they didn't know it was going to be found right away. Maybe that didn't happen on their timeline.
Okay, it's so, now that we've gotten past the part that I was just absolutely micronapping during, it is a good question, what picks where you teleport to? Because we don't know that yet.
Yeah, like, why not teleport outside the building even? Yeah, it's strange.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Does it teleport to where, you know what if it teleports you to where the Sekimeiya was at that point? And so 20 minutes before that, somebody who had the Sekimeiya was in the lobby, and so it sent them back there. And so if they touched it when it was in the event room, it sent them back to the event room because it had been sitting in the cabinet. That would make sense, right?
What if someone put the Sekimeiya in a really small space and then you teleported to it? Would you just like be mincemeat?
I don't know.
Ooh. Okay. Or in the cabinet? Interesting. Regardless, it leaves open the possibility of the culprit still being on the crystal floor. They could have even disappeared by touching Sekimeiya if it was necessary, and even though it was white when we found it, maybe it didn't make us travel because someone else had just used it. My initial thought is that some sort of cooldown. After I traveled, nobody else could travel. Once the cold restored it, it allowed one more travel. That still doesn't explain the strange color change it underwent right as I touched it.
Cat says that rule is too stupid. Sorry, my bad. Back on the pillow, I go.
No, I think it's a good rule. If we're chasing a culprit who has knowledge of how to disappear and go to the past easily, it must be me. It makes a lot of sense that we haven't found them yet. It also explains why they're trying to hide from us when we would normally find someone right away in this building. But the person who lured us out of the event room would have had to go up the floors before traveling to the past, and they can't disappear from there since the Sekimeiya is still on the crystal floor. Once again, though, the attic makes it possible, or
which is why we
second
gave Kate
Sekimeiya.
free access. Yeah, or a second Sekimeiya, which I'm starting to believe. Oh! What if there are two and it teleports you to the other's position? Boom.
Ooh. Nonetheless, if no time travel or teleportation was involved at all in what happened, Kate, Irina, and Isla know the truth of it. If it really was a factor, I wonder how far we are from understanding anything at all that's happened. Kate's coming. I anticipated his arrival thanks to the echoing footsteps. He came from the floor above.
Sorry, I was having a snack because I'm really hungry.
It's okay.
Did anything happen?
Nothing ever happens. No, there was no one there, so as we agreed, I stayed on that floor for a while to make sure no one escaped there with the elevator. More than enough time has passed, so we should go back down. He shot me another incensed look, but I tried to ignore it. If anyone was here, they must have been found. Okay, let's go to the crystal floor.
Yippee!
We took the stairs down. Akara was waiting for us, uncertain of what to do. He also hadn't found anyone. One floor below was Sai. According to him, the third floor was empty and nothing had happened after we left. The situation was the same on the second, where Irina and Isla had remained. There was no point of it, but as we said earlier, we all moved down to the crystal floor, where Akara was dead.
Well, did anyone find the culprit and let them escape?
Everyone stated that they had found no one. We just searched through the entire tower without a result, so the only remaining possibilities were that the culprit had access to the attic, that one of us was lying, or that they managed to escape by teleporting through time, which should have only been possible on the crystal floor.
So that's a no. Unless there's more than one Sekimeiya. Dude, more than one Sekimeiya stocks are like going sky high right now, I think. So that's a no.
We all kept quiet as we'd already announced our results.
They have to be in the attic then. We just searched every other floor after all. Oh wait, I can actually think of another place where they could be. Are you sure? We looked through the whole tower. The way we did it didn't allow for anyone to hide from us. Where else could they have been?
The maintenance room.
There.
Troya turned around and pointed at the elevator. Oh, inside the elevator? Nobody went into it, correct? Wait, I thought we didn't check the fucking elevator? Oh, they could be anywhere now then.
They would have heard it if it moved though, right?
Maybe it went into stealth mode.
Oh, yeah, that would explain it.
No one spoke up. Could someone have been inside the elevator the whole time, banking on us ignoring it? Which floor should it be on? We were the last ones to use it. We called it up from floor 5 to test which floor it stopped on when we followed it up. That's good. If we left it here, they could have come out as soon as we went up. At least we don't have to search this floor again. Anything wrong?
Plenty. Wait a second.
Following the out-of-place sigh, he walked up to the elevator and pressed the button to call it. After a few seconds, the orange light surrounding the button told us that it had arrived, and Sai immediately grabbed the handle. That's too fast for floor 5.
Let's see, I suppose. There's no way anyone's inside. They would have gotten out as soon as they heard people leaving the floor it was on, and if they'd still been inside, they could have pressed any floor button before this one to stop it earlier.
He opened the door. It was empty, as we'd all expected. Oh, I meant to ask you something, Katai. The instructions inside state that pressing the stop button will enable contact with an emergency line. Is that possible right now? Fuck no. Naturally, the alarm shuts that down. The line can enable communication both with the outside and the security room, but right now it's disabled completely. I strongly recommend that none of you touch it. It was originally installed knowing Zin could try to secure the elevator, but there's no point in that now, and we left up clear instructions. If you press it as the elevator is moving, it won't move again until permission is granted from outside, and given communication has been temporarily disabled, I fear nothing can be done until the exit unlocks. It sounds like a really juicy lawsuit, like,
yes,
settlement
you
to
would
me.
just fucking die. You would just die. Like, what?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is a VN, so elevators are airtight. You'd be, you would suffocate in like 3 hours.
That's scary. We'll keep it in mind. Anyway, given how long it took to get here, it was on the 5th floor.
You can tell?
Yeah, I've never used it, but it's fairly slow. The seconds I counted match up with it being on the 5th floor, assuming it doesn't take very long for the doors to close and to start moving. Absolutely, Sai. You know what? I believe you. I believe you.
That would add 5 seconds at most.
Which is what I added. I tried to open the door as soon as the button lit up, but since it didn't budge, it must light up before the inner doors open.
But as you said, if someone stopped it before it got here, it would have taken longer. What if it was on the 3rd floor and had someone stopped it on the 2nd? Oh.
Nah, that whole process would have taken even longer. If it wasn't on the 5th floor, the only way I could get the time I counted is if the door was open before I called it. This is kind of batshit, but if someone kept the door open upstairs and closed it a few seconds after I called it, it would have started to go down later than I expected. That would have made it seem like it was higher.
And why would anyone do that, let alone know when you called it?
I don't know, I'm just saying it's possible. Is there a light that indicates someone's trying to call it while the door's being kept open?
No such thing exists.
Then it's incredibly unlikely that's what happened.
So it was on the 5th floor, right? There's no point in thinking too hard about this.
Incorrect. There's a very big inconsistency with the elevator being on the 5th floor, but it has to do with something I haven't mentioned yet. The best thing you can do in a mystery story: withholding information. I imagine someone else would have figured it out, though. What is it? Oh man, the music. Oh, hold on. I gotta sit up and I'm gonna take a drink because he's about to fucking yap, I bet.
About the elevator. Yeah, here we go.
I found it quite intriguing, and I wasn't gonna comment on it immediately if you hadn't brought the elevator up. Let me explain what I heard. I was on the 3rd floor, waiting, right outside the offices. Imagine my surprise when I heard the elevator moving.
Wait, the elevator moved?
Yeah, did nobody else hear it?
For the 3rd time, one of Sai's answers was received in silence. Personally, I hadn't heard anything.
See, what makes this weird is that I know I heard the elevator 3 times. Did not even one of you hear it?
No one had.
You heard it 3 times and didn't follow it? Of course not. I didn't know if it was going up or down, and we all agreed to stay put. I also didn't want to unwittingly bite some bait. Unfortunately, since there's no light that indicates the door's open on another floor, I couldn't know which floor it stopped on by counting the seconds as soon as I heard it moving, which I usually do every time I hear an elevator, just as a kind of standard operating procedure.
What fucking old-timey, old-fashioned elevators does this building have with all this like crazy like impenetrable security shutters? They couldn't afford to have a light on the elevator?
No, I went to, that's true. That's true. I was thinking of when I went to Portugal, I stayed in this building where the elevator was just a normal ass door. Like it looked like you would just open up a door, but if you opened it up, like it was, the elevator was just inside like a normal door. It was really funny. Anyway.
I would like to see that.
Yeah.
But 3 times? Surely something must have been happening.
Who remained on each floor above me? Kate about to eat shit here.
Yep. Irina and Isla remained on the 2nd floor. Apparently you heard the elevator from the 3rd. Akaro stayed on the 4th. Katsuki and Shiroya on the 5th. And I went up by myself to the 6th.
And when you went down, everyone was still on their appropriate floors, correct?
Yes.
A lot of things could have happened, but some people here have to be lying. After 3 trips, no matter where the elevator started from, anyone could have gone to a different floor and then back to their own.
Yes, 2 trips would be required, and the 3rd one could have been them calling the elevator for the first time.
That's wrong. That order of events is impossible. The elevator was on the 5th floor, right? I could have only heard someone who called it from below me. If Akaro called it from floor 4, I wouldn't have heard it. So, if Irina and Isla called it and then I heard it 2 more times, the elevator would have stopped under me, and I just determined it was on the 5th. That couldn't have happened. If anyone above me used it, I wouldn't have heard them calling it. The strange thing is that I heard it 3 times, and I'm sure of that. This is the inconsistency here. Even if someone above me used it, it wouldn't have ended up on the 5th floor because I heard it 3 times. It was there initially, right? The first trip was the elevator going down, then it went up, and then down again. There's no other combination that works, of course. Despite that, the elevator ended up above me.
We were a bit speechless, unaware of how to take all that. You really know your elevator, Sai.
Irina, Isla, and Takaro, are you sure you didn't hear the elevator even once?
I didn't. Ew.
Me neither, but the first time was almost unnoticeable, so it's possible we missed it. We were far away from it.
I'm sure I didn't hear it either.
Imagine if he's just lying. Yeah, this is literally just making up elevator math to waste time. What the hell? I heard the elevator 3 times, so it had to be on floors 4 and 2, also 3 times.
Be honest, are you just making this up? I'm sure I would have heard it at least once if it passed my floor multiple times. There's a way you would have missed it only once, but it's almost as unlikely.
What are you talking about?
We understand it couldn't have started on floor 5 if you heard it 3 times, but if you actually did, it must have been on floors 1 and 2 at the start. As an example, what if it was on the 2nd floor and then went to the 4th, after that from the 4th to the 2nd, and then from the 2nd to the 5th? Just now, we didn't hear any sound. We only knew the elevator was here because the button lit up. If it stops on your floor, you won't necessarily notice it.
So Irina and Isla couldn't have noticed it at all, and Akaro would only have had the chance to notice it when it went to the 5th. And we wouldn't have heard it either when it stopped on ours.
Well, hang on. This doesn't explain anything. Nobody got off on my floor.
I'm certain nobody got off on ours either. We were next to the offices, keeping an eye on the elevator from a bit away. We might have missed the button lighting up, but not someone getting out.
Yeah, I get that. So whoever was inside the elevator didn't open the door when they came to a stop.
What would the purpose of doing that be? They're only alerting us that they're moving.
I don't know, but you should understand that hearing the elevator 3 times already confirms that someone moved the elevator before we started searching. It's confirming the presence of a 9th person. Or a time traveling person. It couldn't have been on the 5th floor, right? It was on one of the first 2. Why would someone move it like that when all it does is reveal them? Maybe it really was on the 5th floor. It's not completely impossible. You heard it 3 times, Sai, and that put it below you. When we all came back here, someone got out and it was sent up to the 5th before we called it. We wouldn't have heard it no matter where it was. Could also be that it moved 4 times and you missed one. That solved everything easily, excluding who moved it, of course.
You know what I find to be the most likely scenario? That you're all deaf. These situations you're all presenting are ridiculous. Fucking pot calling the kettle black. Holy shit, Sai. So let me detail what probably happened. When I entered the storeroom and found the Sekimeiya, the rest of you remained in this hallway, next to the elevator. Someone, probably Kate, called it here, knowing it'd be unnoticeable. Fuck you, Kate.
Excuse me? Are you blaming me again for something that doesn't make sense?
Yeah, it could have been Akaro, Katsuki, or Shiroya, anybody who later searched above me. Maybe someone wanted to create the illusion that it was impossible for anyone above me to use the elevator. I don't know.
But this relies on knowing that we'd separate across the floors, all our positions, and that you'd both hear the elevator and not follow it.
Something that perhaps somebody in the future would know.
and they're doing it just to fuck with Sai. Just, you know what? He would love this shit. Yeah, elevator bullshit.
Sai's bored. We need to give him something to do. Not too plausible, is it? It's also possible some hidden culprit moved it down before our search started. But the truth of the matter remains that we looked through this entire building and found nobody else. The sound we heard is no confirmation of anything. Once we were all in place, Kate used the elevator. He first called it up to the 6th floor, which I heard. Then, he took it down. Nobody saw the elevator stopping on their floor, but that's fine if he stopped here. I heard it 3 times, no matter what happened, so that means it went down at least once. Since Irina and Isla didn't see anyone coming out, the times it went down must have been to the crystal floor. Does your Sai enclosure have enough weird puzzle shit for enrichment? You gotta give him a new VN every week. Afterward, Kate took it back up to the 6th. He knew it should have initially been on the 5th, so he sent it back there.
That's not at all what happened. I would have noticed that the elevator was far below me with how long it would take to arrive. I just can't wait to show you the security footage once this is all over and see the look on your face.
I also really don't believe we would have missed the elevator 3 times.
You mean the look on our face? Sure is right. Even if it was a faint sound, we were paying attention right next to it. I agree. No way we would have missed it.
All I can say is that we didn't hear anything and nobody stopped on the 2nd floor.
It's as clear as day, isn't it? He's just making this up. Most likely, the elevator's where it should have been after all. There's probably no inconsistency.
Just in case, all of you take a hearing test after we're out. At least one of you has to be lying, that's for sure. According to what you heard, someone got off here, right? Yes, and we know what the reason would be. We didn't lock the cabinet the last time, so someone must have realized they had a free path to the Sekimeiya.
Let's see if it's there then. If it's not, that'll give you some credibility.
Of course, we're in front of the stairs, so there's no reason to hurry. Let's see what we find.
I hope it's still there and nothing is happening. That time, all of us went to the event room. We just looked through every single floor, and even though some things still make sense, it felt pointless to guard the exit.
I hope that it's there, but it's gray.
Oh. We entered through hallway A. As soon as we set foot inside, the status of the Sekimeiya became apparent. Eh! See, it's still here. Nobody came down at all. That's what I thought. You're just trying to have a bit too much fun.
Poor side. That's true, but I did definitely hear the elevator, so I'm not sure what happened. They might have had another reason to come here. I'm confused. Do you think it was one of us or someone we still haven't found? Who fucking knows? If it was one of 14. If it was one of us, it could have only been someone who was above me and is still lying. If it was someone else, there's one extremely tight explanation. Unless someone is still working with the culprit, they would need to have been inside the elevator from the beginning. The elevator would have been below me and not where it was left, but then all its movements become useless.
You might just be mistaken about the goal. Yes, if they wanted to come down here, there was no reason to ever send the elevator up. There's not much reason for someone to stay down here though. What you heard could have been someone going up to the attic. They get to a hole up there and nobody sees anyone coming out.
It's driving me up the wall that fucking Katsuki is not being like, someone just time traveled. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Because that's whatever.
Yeah.
So this person was in the attic, which is why we didn't find them. From there, they called the empty elevator up, went down once, and finally back to the attic again. Is that it?
Maybe, but I have no idea what the purpose would be. Maybe the attic doesn't have any bathrooms. Maybe it's just that simple.
They're just trying to go to a bathroom.
Yeah. They also would have had to send it to the fifth again. It explained why we didn't find anyone, and nobody would have to be lying.
You'd all still be deaf. And why would the culprit come here from the attic if they'd been here just minutes prior? Surely the same person made the noise we heard.
This is risky anyway. If anyone from below entered the elevator before they called it back up, you can make it to the attic without the need for the key. I guess so. Meaning that it's really difficult to explain this unless one of us is lying.
And conveniently, we know of someone who's been lying from the beginning.
Talking about yourself or Katsuki?
I know you are, but what am I? I'm not sure what to think anymore. If the Sekimeiya is still here, there's no reason to come down in such a risky manner.
It's almost like he just made it up to make Kate look bad. Unfortunately, even though I was allowed to reason things out with time travel in mind, it didn't make them any easier. The issue of the motive was just hard to settle despite the fact that I could create even more theories. I could suppose that someone was inside the elevator on the crystal floor and went to the attic. Then the same person time traveled up to the crystal floor. They wanted to go to the attic again, so they called the elevator and went back up. It had significant risk, but it was another way to justify the likely truth of being lied to. Sai looked at his watch and turned his wrist to show us the time. It was 11:20, and right above it, the date was also shown: 2011, 12:15.
It's been a pretty eventful couple of hours. I wonder if we'll be able to figure everything out before our time runs out. Who cares about that? The police will investigate what happened a lot better than we can. We shouldn't keep overstepping this much. They'll definitely question all of us. Not every camera works, so their understanding of what happens here will depend pretty heavily on our testimony.
Isla, whose mood had greatly diminished over time, was quietly looking at the Sekimeiya through the glass. Her friend's prediction ended up entirely incorrect, and Irina made an attempt to comfort her. Right as the atmosphere seemed to calm down a bit, something that we'd already experienced repeated itself.
Oh,
Black smoke?
oh.
What the hell was that?
I think it was a door closing again, but slightly quieter.
We had no time to rest. We knew that a foreign sound implied another long search if we didn't get results immediately. Alright, time to go searching through all the rooms again. Since it hadn't come from close by, we didn't rush out like the previous time. Instead, Sai approached hallway A and opened the door.
We can see the exit from hallway A. Splitting up was useless last time and only caused more questions, so let's stick together while making sure the exit is being guarded.
For the first sound, we'd all rushed to the right door because it seemed like it came from hallway B. However, the location of what we just heard was harder to discern.
We'll stay next to the stairs.
Isla didn't object. She already understood that we weren't playing around. The procedure of opening every room started once again. Since the sound was distant, it was very possible the source was no longer on our floor. Regardless, we couldn't move any faster because so many rooms had cabinets where a person could hide. Every door in hallway A was open and closed until we acknowledged each room was empty. Since Irina and Isla were by the stairs, we moved on to hallway B after Hikaru claimed the mechanical room was vacant too. Oh god, that's bright. We didn't relent despite quickly running out of rooms. The last time we'd gotten complacent, a body had suddenly appeared. The event room, acting as the midpoint of the hallway, still stored the Sekimeiya. If a culprit remained with us, they were trapped within the few last rooms. However, nothing was found inside them. The room where Naomi had died, the last crystal rooms, the staff room, and the cleaning room were all devoid of life. Did you check under the curtain? How does this keep happening? There must be someone else here. Maybe it's a ghost? A ghost, huh? That explained a lot.
Ghosts don't exist. This is 2 times we've heard a noise, so it's clear a person caused them.
I figured Isla was serious. We were chasing behind someone who could vanish, make sounds without being seen, commit crimes in front of security cameras, and create innumerable questions doing so. Did I just do that? Do we actually have to investigate upstairs again? Why don't we stop playing with the culprit and let the police handle this?
Because I'm not fond of that idea. They made a sound twice and then disappeared. They must be conscious of what they're doing, so let's go up again without splitting up. We'll leave the elevator open here so they can't use it. Wait, we're forgetting one place again.
Are we? Alright, the bathrooms.
That's true, and nobody could have left them yet.
The map indicated that the left door was the woman's and the right one was the men's. We walked up to them while Irina and Isla blocked access to the other floors. They're empty. Troy went ahead and opened the woman's bathroom. It was completely empty. Then, Sai grabbed the opposite knob and turned it to open its door. He seemed to be having trouble.
I don't think I can open this. What? Is the door locked?
Someone from inside. Someone's in here! It could be. You can lock it from the inside without a key. Are you sure it's locked? Try turning it the other way. Sai didn't even try it. He was clearly sure it wouldn't open and caught the implication of what Katai said.
There's someone inside?
I suppose there must be. Hey, open the door. You don't have any way to escape. We'd all seen the interior of that bathroom once before. There was nothing that could serve as a way out, so even if someone inside intended to wait us out, the police would end up breaking the door down. Sai crouched, trying to see through the gap.
There's barely any space. I was hoping I could see shoes or something. Can you open the door for us, Kite?
Now you mention it, I might be able to. There was a keyhole next to the doorknob, so it's possible to unlock the door without the manual inner lock. Oh, when no one's in there, fucking Sai's gonna be like, why'd you lock the bathroom from the outside, bud?
Yeah.
There's a key that unlocks all the bathrooms. We have it in case an accident happens or someone locks themselves in for too long, but I've never used it.
Which also means that someone with the key could have locked the door from outside.
There we go. Yes, it's not guaranteed that someone is still inside. Every employee should have a key. I'll go check if I can find one in the security room. I think I recall seeing it in a drawer.
Okay, we'll wait here.
Kate went off the hallway A, while the rest of us remained in front of the door. I'll bring this to the security room. I don't want it to stay here. On his way, he grabbed the empty suitcase and disappeared with it. It didn't seem like a bad idea because it would make it harder for the culprit if they wanted to retrieve it at some point.
So, if there's nobody inside, it'll mean that Naomi's killer likely took the bathroom key from her alongside the cabinets.
And just locked the bathroom just to fuck with us, and you think Kate did it, right?
If I had to pick somebody, it'd be him. I wonder if he had the key on him the whole time and wants to act like he found it in the security room. Wouldn't it be possible for Naomi to be running around fucking with them and the dead Naomi that they found is from like actually like 10 hours in the future and she came back in time and got caught and died? Okay, well, it's just
For sure,
nonsense. It's
That's
nonsense.
almost certainly what happened, yeah.
Oh. Didn't he ask to search everyone earlier? We could have found it. Yes, but at that point, this door wasn't locked yet. He might not have planned to use it later, and even if we found it, he could have lied to us about what it was. But he couldn't have locked this door, could he? That had to be related to the sound we just heard. He definitely had a chance. It's likely someone above floor 3 took the elevator here, remember? Kite was on floor 6 and is the most likely person to have killed Naomi.
He just said that every employee has one of these keys. Whoever locked the door could have gotten it from somewhere else.
That's true, but everything keeps casting more and more doubt on Kite. First, let's see if anyone's inside. If we don't find anyone, Kite will be the most likely suspect, once again. Why do you think so? Even if nobody's inside, he must have been trying to hide something by locking this door. He wouldn't have told us how to unlock it. Assuming he comes back with the key. The other possibility is that we're still dealing with an unknown person, someone who took the key off Naomi and wants us to spend a while in front of an empty bathroom.
It's the smell again.
Oh boy. Smell? Oh, you're right. It's hard to tell, but it's there. The same as before. Are we going to find the Sekimeiya in the bathroom? That'd be so funny.
You say that, but I don't think it ever faded away. I've been noticing it the entire time I looked through these rooms. We all visibly sniffed the air. I didn't notice it greatly, but I could somewhat pick up the strange smell from before. Shortly after that, we spotted Kite coming from the hallway. As soon as he made eye contact with us, he showed us a silver key in his hand.
I was not doing too well the first time we noticed it, but I feel like I've smelled this before.
Really? I don't feel that way at all. I think it's this one.
It's not like any that Naomi had.
Oh, of course not. This doesn't mean that her key must have been stolen, if that's what you're thinking. I doubt any employee would always have theirs, seeing as we never need them.
Fine. Just try to open the door.
Kite sighed and inserted the key. It turned, showing that he had picked the correct one. The door made a clearly audible sound, and Kite proceeded to gently open it.
Oh.
Well, once we saw what awaited inside, all of us froze, failing to comprehend what we were looking at. What the fuck?
15.
This is impossible. We all must have been experiencing a strong feeling of deja vu. Is Naomi dead in here? On the floor of the men's bathroom lay Naomi's unmoving body. Instinctively, Irina ushered Isla aside, but she had already seen what was in the room. Why the hell would anyone lock her body in here?
Lock her body in? Didn't we just look at it a second ago?
She was right. We'd entered the room when Naomi died and seen her. Or had we? Had we perhaps only seen the curtain that should have been covering her? Everyone else was likely thinking the same, but Sai instructed us to take it slow.
Hold on. We can see that room from here, so there's no point in running to it. There's no security camera in the bathroom, so we need to make sure we don't miss anything right now.
It felt like a pointless attempt, so I crouched to check Naomi's pulse like I did the first time. I felt nothing. If only Nanjo was here to make sure for sure, though. What are you doing? Did you think she might have revived? No, but this isn't right. There should be a bit of blood oozing from her, shouldn't there? But there's none, and the floor, it's completely clean. What? You're right. There's no blood at all.
I was imagining someone going around Ashia Tower like Weekend at Bernie's with your corpse, just posing her in all kinds of places, taking cool pictures. Sorry. At least this confirms that the lock wasn't set from the inside. Someone locked her inside with the key.
There's nothing else here. We need to check the other body. We all ran to room B4 except for Irina and Isla, who stayed guarding the bathrooms and inside of the stairs. In hallway B, in front of the event room, Naomi had died. We left her body under a curtain to preserve her dignity. Sai forcibly opened the door. In very quick succession, another impossibility immediately appeared before us. The cloth sides had been tainted by blood, which was all around it. In the middle of the huge red circle was a bulge the size of a human.
Can't be. She's still here.
We couldn't form a response. Her body was still beneath the curtain. Wait,
Lift
what?
it up and check. Lift it up and check. Lift it up and check. I swear to God, Sai, you need to lock it. It appears Katsuki was correct then. Something very out of the ordinary is going on.
Sai ran out of breath at the end of his sentence. Not even he could easily fathom it. He approached the body and gently removed the curtain from it. The result was what we'd expected, yet it still seemed impossible. Naomi's corpse hadn't moved in the slightest. What the hell is this?
Itay, let's get this out of the way. Does Naomi have a fucking twin?
Not that I know. I wasn't close enough to her. A twin wouldn't explain this. Look here. Her suit had a product label by its neck containing 4 numbers. What?
6322? Was it the same in the bathroom?
Does this shirt have a fucking twin? Yes, I saw it when I felt for her pulse. Gate, you know Ashia. Is that just a model number or something? It isn't. Those are individual product run numbers.
This is such a funny way of verifying that it's the same corpse. This is such a funny way of doing it. Sorry.
Then this is the exact same suit. And there's no way that could be copied. Mm-hmm. So there's no doubt that Katsuki was telling the truth. The killer used the Sekimeiya's powers to do this. Kate could no longer deny it. 2 identical dead bodies had appeared before him.
The Sekimeiya was still in the cabinet, so they must have returned it.
Alright, according to you guys, the Sekimeiya made Katsuki time travel. How would traveling through time lead to this?
We don't know how it works. There might be more to it than it first seemed, but just consider this. What would happen if you tried to make a dead body time travel? Normally, you'd think nothing would happen, but what if the dead body actually traveled through time? Yeah, someone might have made Naomi's body time travel by touching it with the Sekimeiya.
If they knew Naomi would appear in the bathroom, they could have locked it preemptively. If not, maybe they just moved the identical body inside and locked it. That has to be related to that noise we heard.
An identical body. We should inspect it more thoroughly. We don't know what happened, but that other Naomi might have something important on her.
We didn't have much else we could do to figure anything out, so we went back to the bathroom.
Do you want me to take over narration for a bit?
Sure.
Okay. The other Naomi hadn't moved. Let me check. I watched Sai carefully to make sure he couldn't do anything in secret. All he did was check every pocket, and they were all empty. Huh, she doesn't have any keys, not even the keys that the other body had. So that theory was probably wrong. If whoever did this created an identical body in the past, it would have had the same keys. If that's how it worked, I'd think so.
Couldn't the culprit just have taken them?
But why, if they didn't take them from the original body?
You can't make a body... The people vanish when they time travel. You can't make the body time travel unless it's from... Oh, unless it hasn't happened yet. shit.
Yeah, it's if what's gonna happen
Yeah.
in this, is that body is gonna disappear and become this body. Yeah.
Yeah, it hasn't happened yet. Okay,
Yeah.
there are two more things that don't hold up. The clothes are the first. If Naomi's body traveled to the past, her clothes would have been stained with blood, just like they were at the time it traveled.
That's true.
And second, you all saw me vanish when it happened to me, right? If the same thing happened to Naomi, the first body should disappear. Oh, there we go. Yeah, all right. Technically, with how little we knew, my points could have still been refuted.
You want me to take narration? Or?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
It's okay.
What is this? This is
Just
okay,
say
what
it,
if
just
the
read
replica
it, just
of the body only takes into consideration the state of the body in the past? What? With the way I traveled, I couldn't. Okay, all right, all you. Sorry.
Sorry. With the way I traveled, I couldn't be sure whether my then present body had teleported into the past or if the body I'd arrived in was identical to how it was at the point in time I appeared. If Naomi had gone back to the past far enough, to a point before her death, her clothes might have been clean. Even though she was alive at that point, if the body that had traveled was dead, she probably would have appeared dead in the past. Otherwise, she would have come back to life. It also implied that the second body had been with us in the tower before we found the first one, and had only just been shown to us. Given how we'd been unable to find the culprit, it couldn't be ruled out. Is there another way to make this work? I've thought of a few things involving time travel, but now we have no other choice. There's nothing else that could begin to explain this, so what I went through has to be related to the truth of what happened. This body is dead, but there's no blood around it. Could it be that she appeared dead from the future, and that's why no blood is anywhere? That her body is as it was when she was alive, yet her true state is from after her death? The only other thing I can think of slightly contradicts my own experience, but it'd sound more believable if not for that. It would only require the past to be malleable. I didn't personally change anything when I traveled back in time, but that's not enough reason to think it's impossible. What if Naomi traveled back in time when she was alive? Two of them would have existed in the past. Then, all the culprit needed to do was kill both of them. This should never be possible. It's a paradox. By killing the Naomi who will travel to the past, you're making it impossible for the new one to exist. But I don't know if these kinds of paradoxes exist. What if Naomi's actions upon traveling made it impossible for her initial self to travel? Two of them would permanently exist at the same time, and us finding two dead bodies would work. However, if this isn't a possible occurrence in our universe, I can't think of anything else. The mere fact that traveling makes your body instantly disappear means that without paradoxes, two of the same person couldn't exist at once as corpses. To circumvent the paradox, I can suppose that a dead body can travel to the past and create a new dead body. This still hits the barrier of the original body should have disappeared as soon as it traveled, but it's not absolute. Maybe the first dead body will travel back in the future, and that's why it's still there. Now, on top of all this, there has to be a motive. A motive for all of this to be happening. For a culprit to create this mess, to kill the same person twice, and for something with time-traveling powers to be publicly exposed in this place. Is Zin actually behind it? Nobody had said anything in a while. We were all dumbfounded, staring at the impossible image. That's interesting. She has a bump on the back of her head. It's similar to her other body, but blood's not coming out of this one.
Is that so? And this body isn't the same as when she was alive, despite the lack of blood.
Let's go test it. Let's try to understand how the Sekimeiya works.
Hey, stop!
But Sai continued toward the event room, housing what we believed to be the center of every mystery. None of us wanted to stop him. Instead, we ran behind him, forcing Kate to follow us. We entered the room at the same time and saw the Sekimeiya still in the cabinet. It's good that we didn't lock this, only the culprit has the key, so it only hurts us.
Sai, you'll get us all in trouble.
What might get us in trouble is the murderer that's somewhere in this place. If something happens to the Sekimeiya, it's their fault. He proceeded to scroll down the glass and then took the Sekimeiya out. We stared at him as he held it in his hands. He remained nonchalant and there was no reaction. Nothing? Maybe I just cloned myself in the past, who's to know? I'm clearly still here though. Without asking, he dropped it between my hands. I love how he just keeps trying to zap Katsuki into the he's like it was really
too,
cold. Yeah. And it didn't send me anywhere. Its color wasn't changing either. I don't understand it. Maybe the Sekimeiya didn't do anything and something else is the actual cause of this phenomenon. But it changed colors, right? Both when Atsuki touched it and when we put it here. Let's keep it outside. We'll see if it happens again.
I won't allow that. I couldn't stop you from getting it out, but you only proved the Sekimeiya isn't at all related to what's going on. Put it back in.
Mind if I go poke Naomi's body with it first? Something could happen.
You're losing your mind. That's beyond disgraceful.
Kite took the Sekimeiya from my hands and put it in its cabinet.
Oh, I might have realized something.
What is it?
It's not directly related to the Sekimeiya, but I just remembered something when you mentioned touching Naomi's body.
They all waited for me to continue and reveal something important, but I wasn't sure if I was right. Instead, I took off toward the room with the original body of Naomi. I was followed in. Inside, I kneeled beside the body and looked around it.
What are you doing? Good, it's still here.
I showed them the result of my successful search, the key ring we'd found in one of Naomi's pockets. What about this? Do you know what they're for? Oh, of course, this big one.
Yes, I think it might be the key to the attic. Oh!
Okay, alright. Are you serious?
I am. We saw the keyhole upstairs. It needed a big key like this one. The elevator has one too, but you can't really determine the shape of the key from it, so I understand why you didn't notice it.
What do you say, Kite?
Honestly, I can't tell. You could be right, but I'm not sure why Naomi would have it.
So we could have access to the attic where the culprit might have been hiding all this time.
Not only that, if I'm right, we've had access for a while. We could have entered it during our last search. But I can't think we would have found someone there so easily. First, it would mean that they have another key. Second, they hid there knowing we'd had access to it. Third, they didn't take this key from Naomi. And yet, the one for the cabinet was taken.
So maybe they don't care about us going to the attic. This doesn't matter, let's just go see if it fits. I removed the key from the set and was about to exit the room until Shiroya made us aware of something. Where is Akaro? We looked around in bewilderment. She was right, Akaro wasn't with us.
Did he even come in here?
We looked around hallway B, but it appeared empty. In front of us was the event room, which we could also see was empty through the door.
Where the hell did he go?
Did he go off on his own? No way someone attacked him, right? It's hard to believe we wouldn't have heard anything, and restraining Akaro would require quite a bit of effort. This floor should have been clear, too. We kept talking as we looked through the other hallway. Irina and Dilo were still next to the stairs, alone. Do we try to go to the attic before looking for him thoroughly? It's just fantastic that someone disappeared as soon as we found our way in. But he might be in danger. If he is in danger, he will be even if we search for him. If he walked away by himself, he wouldn't let us just find him again. And if the culprit took him, they've been dodging us for quite a while. This is the first time we've been in this situation and have access to the attic, so we should go there first. Afterward, we'll move down if we hadn't found him, and search all the rooms again.
No, Akaro must still be here. Let's look for him.
Fine. He better have a very good reason if he separated from us on purpose. Do you really think he did? Isn't he incredibly suspicious? He's been cooperative, but he's felt out of place from the beginning. He showed no interest in anything going on here, but he got trapped because he arrived so early.
True. Aren't you in the same position?
No, but you are. I came here out of curiosity. Regardless, hallway B was empty when we entered Naomi's room. If someone took him by surprise, they would have had to come from behind. Unless you want to say that maybe they materialized right behind Akaro. Boy, that would be crazy! It's a dubious thing to think, because we looked through this entire floor not long ago.
But the Sekimeiya is still here. What other reason could he have had to vanish like that?
I don't know, to make us waste time? Isn't that what the culprit has been doing from the beginning? We explained everything to Irina and Dilo while Sai called the elevator. It was still on our floor, so it probably hadn't been used. If it had, we wouldn't have heard it, so we couldn't be sure. Irina and Dilo would have needed to miss the button lighting up for a couple of seconds. He suddenly disappeared?
Oh shit, sorry.
Nobody could have gone up. Lend me the key, Katsuki. I want to see if it fits.
Here.
I gave him the big brown key that I'd detached from the keyring. Sai took it and attempted to insert it in the keyhole inside the elevator. You were correct, it's this one. As he turned it, the 7th button lit up, indicating it had become available.
Seriously? That's very strange. I'm not sure you understand how restricted that place is. I'm not certain we should even go.
Fucking Kite prevents anything from ever happening. Oh, we're going. But first we'll see if we can find a Karo here. The culprit must have another key to the attic, given they left this one on Naomi. When Sai took the key out, the light surrounding the button turned off. Then he handed it back to me. As I put it in my pocket, he carefully shut the elevator and let go before it was fully closed. By doing so, he created a small gap between the door and the elevator. Good, this works. We can keep it open like this without sticking something in there. Later, if we do a thorough search, we'll be able to do this so nobody can call it. Since the Karo can only be here, let's see if we can find him real quick. After that, our priority is looking for something important in the attic. Close the elevator again. We'd gotten used to the crystal floor searches, so it didn't feel like an imposing task anymore. Arena and Dyla remained where they'd been, while the rest of us chose individual rooms to look through, including the bathrooms and the mechanical room. They just leave Arena and Isla alone pretty often, huh?
I know. They trust them.
Yeah. Every single one of them was empty, so we reunited by the stairs. Either Akaro managed to disappear, or the culprit managed to make him disappear. The Sekimeiya didn't work for us earlier, so a lot of this isn't adding up. I'm not sure what Akaro has to do with this, but for now, let's get moving.
We can't all fit in the elevator, so let's go through the main door. It'd be better to stick together.
I agree. So couldn't, in theory, if it was Akaro, right, or whoever, couldn't they take the Sekimeiya out of the case, wait for it to warm up, and then like put it back in the case, and while it's still warm, touch it, and then like it gets cold after they're already gone? Could they do like a QTE there? Could they like, they have a window?
Yeah, I think that should work. Yeah, that should work.
I don't know. I just don't know. Without wasting time, we moved through the floors to reach the 6th. It was surreal not having Akaro with us. Naomi's second appearance eclipsed the oddity of his disappearance, but it was also something that I couldn't even begin to understand. The Sekimeiya didn't work for us earlier, so a lot of this isn't adding up. Sai implied that the Sekimeiya must have caused Akaro's disappearance, but there was an important discrepancy. It was shut behind the glass. Okay, if it was behind the glass, then it wouldn't work. If it was involved, yeah, it worked in a way beyond what we knew.
Oh, I didn't see this door.
It's my first time looking at it too. It's pretty sturdy. No way we'd be opening it without the key. They all looked at me expectantly. I took the key out of my pocket and inserted it into the keyhole. I'd been half expecting something to go wrong, but I was able to smoothly turn it and unlock the door to the mysterious attic. Sai quickly dragged the door open. There was a narrow staircase leading upward that obligated us to form a line. It's pretty dark.
Do we need to go? These stairs are like this because there's no room directly above us. They have to link link this door to the closest room. It wasn't an easy task, and there wasn't much space to make a wider staircase. You saw the attic earlier through the cameras. It's a tidy floor in the layout of a normal household. Since not many people can access it, they didn't bother making a more pleasant entryway. But we won't get in trouble for going in? We might. I'm advising you all not to keep going. It's a restricted area, and I doubt Ashia will be understanding even if our circumstances require this.
Sai, who was in front, continued up the stairs. The rest of us followed him and quickly reached the top of the short staircase where we found another door at our left. The space above wasn't large enough for all of us, so Arena and Isla could barely see the door. Sai grabbed the aged handle and realized that it was slightly open. Finally, he pushed open the last barrier, preventing us from seeing what we were up against. A rusty creak rang out as the door slowly opened. Sai had to put unusual strength into it. The door kept getting stuck on the floor. Once he'd won that battle, I was able to see inside. It looked like an old living room, and not at all Japanese-styled. A sofa with a suitcase on it quickly came into view, along with a few lights hanging from the ceiling. I could see 2 more doors in the corner of the room, and as I thoroughly inspected it, I questioned why Sai hadn't yet moved. Does this? No, it's not showing it yet. Okay. Wait up. Look at the floor. I took it as if he'd been talking to me because I was the one with the best view. As soon as he pointed it out, I understood what he was looking at.
There was someone here. What?
Yeah, there are footprints on the floor. Someone must have been here. The entire floor was covered by a blue carpet, and any step someone took on it would remain visible thanks to its thickness. Over time, they would become harder and harder to discern until they disappeared altogether. It was definite proof that someone had walked around there recently. Yeah, someone must have been here, sure. This is exactly why we couldn't find the person we were looking for. The second Naomi didn't have a key ring, so it's very possible they still have easy access to this place. That isn't exactly what I meant, though.
Huh?
Don't you see it? These footprints don't make sense. Nobody could have entered through this door. It took me a moment to see why he'd said that, since there were footprints right next to the door. The key to that statement was their origin. Wait, you're right. How did this happen? Against the wall before us was a red sofa. In front of it, the footprints began and walked up to the door Sai had opened. From there, they headed toward another door. Okay. I'm not sure what to gather from this, but once we enter, these footprints will fade away and merge with ours, so let's not disrupt the rightmost part of the room yet. Once Sai entered, I was free to do so as well, and the people behind me all slowly made their way into what seemed to be the living room. Next to the sofa was a modest table, and in front of it, a shelf supporting an old but large CRT television.
What the hell is this doing here?
He was talking about the suitcase. It looked like the one he'd taken from hallway C minutes prior, and it couldn't have somehow moved to the attic ahead of us since we hadn't heard the elevator. It had to be an entirely different suitcase. Thanks. Something must be happening because Caps is giving us 10 subs, so thank you, Caps. It's empty too, and it looks like the one downstairs. It's exactly the same suitcase. Same one, literally? Or do you mean the same model? Probably the same model, but honestly, I can't be sure. Naomi's body appeared twice, so this could still be the exact same suitcase depending on what happened. Ah, look. It also has faint traces of smoke. Do they not belong to people who work here, Kate? There's no way 2 of these were snuck into the tower, right?
Three, in fact. One more was being carried by the person holding the stolen gemstones, and no, I don't recognize it at all. More importantly, what is it doing here?
I looked around me. There were no visible security cameras, and I recalled that I hadn't seen the living room through the monitors. I was sure that one of us would have noticed the suitcase otherwise, and maybe even the person who had been hiding. Honestly, I have no idea. I'm not sure why they'd bring this here, no matter what its contents were. If they wanted to leave it behind, they could have done so downstairs, which is what we thought they did.
Right. What's the point of leaving one on the crystal floor and another one here?
Whatever it is, it's less strange than the footprints we've walked over. Katsuki and Shiroya realized it. The footprints started right in front of the suitcase, moved toward the staircase, and then to that door over there. What's past it?
Maybe you can crawl out of the suitcase. Maybe you can link the teleporting suitcase. That door leads to the hallway. From there, you can access the elevator and the bedrooms. The other door you see leads to the kitchen, which is also connected to the hallway. But I see what you mean. If no more footprints exist, they couldn't begin by the sofa.
Well, no, they could. If someone spent a few hours on the sofa, the next time they walked around, their previous footprints would have faded away. So it would look as if the starting point was the sofa itself. They could have also come from the kitchen, but they must have jumped onto the sofa to avoid leaving footprints, which sounds insane. I mean, what probably happened is someone teleporting there using an egg, so that sounds less insane than that. Sai, careful not to step on the pre-existing footprints, opened the door to the kitchen. The floor here is different, so we won't be able to know if anyone came from the kitchen. Now, should we check everyone's shoes? What? Why do you think I preserved a few of these? Naturally, to check if one of us has been here already. Naomi's killer would have had a way in with the same key we used, or the one that the other Naomi might have had.
These are barely recognizable, though. We might not be able to compare them well.
That's fine. The size itself should be enough. Strangely, nobody should have been able to enter this place through the stairs we just came from, because no footprints start there. Sai opened the remaining door. Look, this hallway has a wooden floor too, and I can see the elevator right there. Using that, anyone could have come up here with the key. That sounded right. Our own footprints were still very much visible, so they wouldn't fade immediately. The door had gotten stuck on the floor when Sai tried to open it, and the markings from that were still on the carpet. However, we had no way to tell if it had been opened earlier. There was no way to jump to the sofa from the staircase, so accepting Sai's claim was reasonable. I looked up to see if I could notice a ceiling opening to drop from, but I didn't spot anything. Before I agreed with him fully, it was important to remember that we were likely up against someone cunning who was trying to mislead us while avoiding detection. Like Akaro said before he disappeared, it felt as if they had been taunting us at times. If their intention was to play with our reasoning again, they could have intentionally made us think that the main door was unused and the elevator was the only method of entering. The key behind that was the state of the footprints. They'd clearly been there for a while, so it wasn't simple to determine the way they were facing. Even though we'd all interpreted the sofa to be the starting point, that wasn't guaranteed to be the case. To trick us, the culprit could have purposely walked from the door to the sofa. From there, making it to the kitchen without stepping on the floor again seemed easy, and they could have gone around the room through the hallway, then exited through the main door.
Or they walked to the sofa backwards
Ah,
and then carefully matched their footprints. Yeah.
that's true. That is 100% true. It sounded excessive, and it implied they'd left the suitcase there so that we would find it. We still had to ask ourselves an important question. Why would someone leave the key to the attic in Naomi's pocket when the Sekimeiya cabinet key was removed? If they had known that we were going to look at the room, they might have prepared something like that, but I couldn't identify the goal of it, because the idea that they hadn't come from the main door didn't seem to contradict anything yet. The more I stared at the footprints, the more I doubted whether they were facing the way I was thinking. I wasn't sure anymore, but I was confident that only one pair of shoes had left them. If they were backward, there were more arrangements. Perhaps they entered from the staircase, went to the hallway to take the elevator down, and quickly returned from the staircase so they could walk over to the sofa. Well, are you gonna show me your shoe? Sorry. Or do I need to compare your footprints?
Wow.
Look, mine are a little bigger, see? It's very simple.
Fine, here. I know you're still suspecting me, but you must admit that mine are also considerably larger. Almost the exact same as yours, in fact.
Who did you steal these from, bro? I'm not used to ruling you out so quickly, that's all. Unfortunately, we can't really look at Akaros for the moment, but I'm sure they'd be bigger too. Anyway, Katsuki, you're next on the suspect list.
I just let you know about the attic key.
Just show me your shoes, Katsuki. I'm pretty lost when it comes to the intentions of the culprit anyway. He looked at them, and once again, there was no match. Shiroya. She left a footprint, and Sai looked at it for a few seconds with a conspicuous frown on his face. Yours are awfully close, but I can't say for sure they're the same. The size is at least very similar. So what? Are you gonna move me above Katsuki on your list? This might give you enough points for that, but I'll admit, I was only hoping for Kitei's shoes to match. That would have meant a lot more than your size coinciding. Anyway, Arena, mind playing along too? You can see mine are slightly bigger too. You're right, let's see if we can find something else then.
Are you not going to look at mine?
Oh, sure. Isla, do you understand what'll happen to you if your shoes match? Don't worry, they're not even close.
That's what I thought.
Sai moved to the television and tried to power it on. So they're Naomi's footprints, right? We think they're Naomi's footprints. Probably. Naomi. Voting Naomi.
Probably.
Nothing happened. Nothing ever happens. I guess this is broken, seeing as it's plugged in. Anyway, let's look around the area. We started with the kitchen. It had an empty refrigerator, an oven, and some compartments to store food that no longer contained anything but dust.
I was expecting this place to be a lot fancier than it is.
Me too. Or like a haunted ass attic, like, you know, like
Yeah.
one big room with like sort of like old toys everywhere. You know what I mean?
Statues.
Like, I was hoping for aesthetic. Unfortunately. Next, we all stepped over to the hallway. The floor was a little creaky and the walls were beige. Everything about the place was old, but it was still well preserved.
This room used to serve as a storeroom, but it's empty now, and it seems the ceiling light stopped working. Pressing the switch isn't doing anything.
There's no aura. Attic has no soul. We ignored the elevator and began to look through the other rooms. According to Kate, the 2 doors farthest back led to bedrooms.
There's a second floor.
Inside the spacious bedroom, Isla noticed a ladder that led to a room above us. However, we should have already been on the highest floor.
Oh, not quite. Back then, when this was a residence, it's true that the house had 2 floors. The second one wasn't fully preserved when the building was expanded, but as you can see, remnants are still present in these bedrooms. What?
Huh?
Oh, what's up there then? Another bedroom like this one.
What?
These were used as double rooms back in the day, so Ishia specified that the higher one shouldn't be demolished.
I sat on the bed, still pretty tired from not sleeping the night before. It wasn't really comfortable due to how long it had gone unused, but the sheets made it look like it was still maintained daily. I stood up as soon as I noticed a security camera recording me. I definitely recalled seeing the bedroom through the monitors. Shiroya, Isla, and I went up to the second level of the bedroom. Like Kate said, it was similar, and there were only 2 beds and a closet. I opened it given that we were still looking for a karo, but it only contained a few articles of clothing. We went back down. Another door was in front of the bedroom. I need to look at the map. Nope, I can't look at the map. Nope, I can't look at the map. It led to a mirrored version of the bedroom I'd seen, and it also had a ladder. Above, nothing was different. There were effectively 4 bedrooms on the floor. The final area was the bathroom. It had a shower, a shelf, and a modest carpet on the floor. It was bigger and fancier than the ones below, but the door didn't have a locking mechanism.
Rip.
We have the map. The entire floor had a simple layout. According to Kate, the household used to be quite bigger in the past, but not much of that remained. In addition, the hallway wasn't as long as the ones downstairs, meaning that the attic didn't make use of the whole space the large building provided, probably because it had been significantly expanded at one point. We'd looked through every room while someone always remained in the hallway, so we determined that we were alone. Once we were done, Sai called us from the elevator. There are light switches everywhere, but every light was turned on. Is that normal?
Yes, it doesn't mean anyone turned them on separately. The lights turn off automatically at night, and every morning we manually turn them on all at once, including the attics. That's why the office floors were lit up as well.
That sounds like a huge waste. Kate nodded but stayed in the hallway's bend so that nobody could enter without him seeing. We realized Sai had called the elevator as soon as we saw the button lighting up. Alright, so we haven't found anyone. That's fair. As we said earlier, we now need to make sure to thoroughly inspect every floor, so we'll leave the elevator here and disable it by keeping the door open. Just like he'd done downstairs, he held it with his hand so it wouldn't close. Once he let go of it, the door didn't have the force to close itself and remained stationary. If we make it all the way down without finding anyone, we'll have to consider some pretty outlandish things. Until then, we have to expect to at least find a karo. We entered the living room. Sai and Kate went through the kitchen as it was the last place anyone could have hoped to sneak in.
What does this look like to you guys?
I stopped them without giving them context. They weren't sure what I was referring to, so I made it clearer.
The footprints, I mean. They can look like an impossibility, but there's a simple explanation for them, right?
Teleportation?
Yeah, earlier I did consider our mystery culprit teleporting to the attic. If they appeared next to the sofa, that'd be the natural beginning of their footprints.
Here's something else. These footprints probably belong to a woman. What's your shoe size, Shiroya? Oh, a 6.5? And the only other person we know who could have a similar shoe size is Naomi. Furthermore, we found 2 Naomis, and on the sofa where she would have teleported to, there's a suitcase that we've also seen before.
See, this is what I told you guys earlier. Naomi had the suitcase from the beginning. Once she teleported or time traveled to this living room, which I totally believe in now, by the way, the suitcase is replicated and she must have left it here.
Or are you just gung-ho about time travel now? You were ridiculing Katsuki for it earlier.
Well, it's become clear that something strange is going on. These footprints are even further proof.
If this is what happened, Naomi must have traveled here while she was holding the suitcase, before we found it on the crystal floor. That would mean 2 Naomis have existed for quite a while, and that not only did we miss both of them, they were also killed. And let me tell you, there are some pesky contradictions down that line of thought. First, during the time Naomi could have been holding the suitcase, the Sekimeiya was in its cabinet. It wasn't locked inside, but we touched it and nothing happened to us. If that's how she time traveled up here, it again begs the question of why it worked for her. Honestly, I assumed that being outside the cabinet without refrigeration was what made the Sekimeiya transport Katsuki into the past. However, the fact that we found the Sekimeiya still in its cabinet minutes before seeing that suitcase might imply that was wrong. I'm not wrong, right? If Naomi touched it while it was out of the cabinet, we would have found it outside. The next contradiction is what we talked about earlier. Naomi would have disappeared upon traveling, so we couldn't have found her corpse in the suitcase twice.
I get what you're saying regarding the Sekimeiya, but after traveling back, she could have gone downstairs to pick it up from the floor. She would have known where she traveled from, so she could have returned it to the cabinet.
They're calling you Jotsuki in the chat. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Incorrect, I think. Remember what Kite said after we got the Sekimeiya out of the cabinet?
What did I say?
That you restored power to the elevator. According to you, the alarm disabled it.
Alright, I got running again after I stopped trying to understand what caused the power outage. I see, so Naomi couldn't have used the elevator before we saw the Sekimeiya in the cabinet, and right after that we saw the suitcase in hallway C, which probably means that Naomi would have already traveled. What? She could have just left through the staircase.
Nah, I don't think so. It's likely that the first time we heard the elevator moving down, Naomi used it from here. There's still no other explanation for that, and there's something else that makes me think she couldn't have exited through the door. That's the last contradiction I can point out. When Naomi traveled with the suitcase, it's very safe to assume she also had her keys. She had them before the smoke appeared, and when we found her first corpse. Her cabinet key had been removed. That probably only happened after she was killed. Now, recall the footprints we found here. They start next to the sofa, go over to the staircase, then toward the hallway door. Oh, so Naomi's first movements after appearing would have been to try leaving through the staircase. Exactly. And despite that, she went back to the hallway. The reasonable explanation is she didn't have the key to get out.
Then why would she go to the door?
To try opening it? Maybe she thought she still had her keys, but when she went down the stairs and was about to take them out, she realized she didn't have them. Her only way out was through the elevator, so she came back up and went to the hallway. Eventually, she must have used it when the power came back. Since the footprints are all similar, there's only one other explanation that makes sense to me. She had the key and exited the room. Either before or after all this, she entered the attic again and went straight to the hallway. But the footprints were all in similar conditions, so there must not have been a lot of time between them. I'm not sure why she'd enter again only to use the elevator and go down. If she didn't want to be noticed, the elevator noise wouldn't do her any favors.
She thought she'd have her keys then. Maybe she didn't know that much about the Sekimeiya, even though she used it so early on. I think that makes the most sense. She would be the second Naomi we found. I still don't understand how we missed her, as if she was the one who took the elevator down or who killed her, but the truth is that we didn't find any keys on her body. Maybe they killed each other.
And the person who killed her didn't remove them the first time, so they wouldn't have cared if the second Naomi had them either. The footprints painted a clear picture. She thought she had keys she didn't have. Was that due to the travel itself, or had she lost them beforehand? Let's head back down for now. When we get to the crystal floor, we'll know if the footprints could have belonged to her. If not, Shiroya's gonna have to move up a few spots on the naughty list.
Ooh. Katsuki's at number 1, right?
I think we should take a break here. We're at 2 hours.
Okay.
And we'll leave Caps' favorite song on screen.
Oh, nice of you.
Yeah. Alright. Be back in like 10 minutes or so. I need to make tea. Oh, Joe isn't back yet, but I will say thank you for the raid to Ardpuff. Nice to see you. Just got back. We're on break. We're reading a visual novel called The Sekimeiya. We're like 10 hours into it, maybe. Greetings, raiders. We've got good beats for you, though, at least. I have a question for chat and Joe that I'll ask when he gets back. Wait, can we get some sneaky Can we get some sneaky 10 hours? Wow, almost finished. Let's get some here we go. Let's go. Two more. That's true. The fact that it's directly over chat is so funny. Like, why do I even put this on for the VODs? Oh, hey, Ollie. You were watching Ardpuff stream. I see how it is. You catch this? Oh, shit. If Joe does play Blueprints late next week, he'll lose his only method of communication. My pins. I'll be at a furry convention. Oh no, and I can't do it because I work. Uh-oh. Some of the other mods are gonna have to do work. It's a really good bit. Sekimeiya is so good. They even have a fishing mini game, so you don't have to read Sekimeiya. I didn't even have this on the whole time either. I was behaving. But you wouldn't know if I did. This song is a banger, honestly. I did see the raid, yeah. Ooh, I can't stream Sekiro. Shadows die twice. I would be too stressed. Meanwhile, playing the Sekirome and Naomi dies twice. Damn! It took a little while to get there, but it was pretty good. It was pretty good, Godot. That's a +2 for you. I played 49 minutes of Sekiro. Welcome back, Joe. We're on air. I had a question for you.
Sure.
Have you ever read the book Piranesi by Susanna Clark?
I have not read that book.
Okay. So in the Jazz Book Club, I'm trying to find books that people will enjoy based on like the games that they like. So all of the metafiction in Umineko led us to House of Leaves. Our current book, Name of the Rose, is a big inspiration for Pentiment, and Piranesi by Susanna Clark could be book 3 because it is perhaps the closest thing I've ever read that is a Blueprints-like book.
That sounds interesting.
Sure, Baldur, I'll do that. 1 second. Wow, it
I
worked.
think that my community would really like Against the Day by Thomas Pynchon then, because you will be compelled to give up and start again from the beginning over and over and over again as you try to get through it.
No, Piranesi is good though.
Piranesi?
Piranesi. Oh, Godot says you could read S by J.J. Abrams. Yeah, I do have S by J.J. Abrams, but I don't want to recommend that people give J.J. Abrams any money. I would rather give it to Susanna Clark.
What did Abrams do?
Movies.
Oh, okay. I understand. Okay. But he didn't do anything like really bad. Like he.
We don't need to worry about it right now. Anywho.
You a Trekkie or something?
Yeah. Yeah. He did movies and shows, it's true. He played the space station manager game Ixion, and there's a hostile space vessel called Piranesi. That's pretty cool.
Is that game good, Baldur? That's a game that's been on my like wish list, and I'm like, I want to check it out, but I heard it's really hard. In like an RNG can just fuck you out of nowhere sort of way. They made it easier? Okay.
Yeah, like Blueprints, except you're so fucking lucky is right.
I'm not lucky at all. It was pure skill. What are you talking about?
Oh, you're so right. You're so good at video games.
Pure skill. Pure skill.
Mm-hmm. Shall we soldier on?
Let's soldier on.
All right.
There's no point in arguing that, so we made our way to the 6th floor. Through normal means, there was no way anyone could still be in the attic, so we didn't have to worry about the elevator for once. Normal means. We followed an exceedingly simple plan. Arena and Isla remained outside the office partitions, again, while the rest of us looked through them. Only one person was needed for that, but by grouping up, we avoided picking one single person to do the important and potentially dangerous job. Afterward, we inspected the bathrooms. Opening the doors was enough to determine they were desolate, but we remained on high alert after we'd found what we'd found in the Crystal Floors bathroom. When we finished with floor 6, we were sure that nobody else was on the 2 highest floors, so we went down to repeat the process. They're
all getting like a hella good calf workout. They're up and down the stairs, all around the offices. They're all over it.
The 5th floor wasn't any different. Even though we believed that Akaro and whoever the culprit was had to be somewhere in the tower, they would never remain on an office floor if they intended to hide. Since we knew that, the most important reason why we were following that procedure was to isolate the crystal floor and be able to thoroughly look there once again. Where is Akaro?
Mm-hmm.
As the search for the 4th floor was completed without an issue, I wondered again what might have happened to Akaro. Yeah, and even if we'd been able to travel through time, it wouldn't have made things much different, since that would mean we'd failed to spot the extra Akaro at some point.
Unless there's another egg that makes you go forward.
Or that Akaro was already the extra Akaro.
Oh.
Of course, I was assuming he'd undergone a similar experience to mine. If he traveled much farther into the past or appeared outside the tower, we'd be unable to find him again. Maybe we'd find him outside once the shutter retracted, but we couldn't think about that until our search ended with no results. We hadn't found traces of a single person as we stepped on the last set of stairs, and unless we wanted to toss in the possibility of someone recently teleporting upstairs, nobody could have remained anywhere but on the crystal floor. There was no point in considering that Arena and Isla could have let the culprit pass deliberately, so we put all our focus on the final floor. These two were in on it and just fucking with us the whole time?
Probably. Sorry, my cat got close to my chair and I didn't know it, and I ran my chair over his paw, and now it was a war crime and he hates me forever.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, it's okay.
You two stay here again. We'll do this quickly. We were about to begin when something caught our attention. From where we were, we could see that the door to the men's bathroom was slightly open.
Did we leave it like that?
The rest of us weren't sure either, but we'd all felt something was off. We still instructed Arena and Isla to stay next to the stairs and approached the bathroom with caution. As we peeked inside, we knew we'd been right. The door had been opened farther. Next to Naomi's body was the toilet, and on top of it, Akaro sat, focusing his gaze on the wall in front of him. When he noticed us, he slowly turned his head to the door and stood up, flushing.
Oh no, I get close. Shiroya gets me every time. It feels like they zoom in on her sprite a little bit more every time. Like she's supposed to be talking to him. Why is she 1 inch away from us right now? I'm so sorry. I'm taking this seriously, I promise.
Still hasn't taken the black stuff off their faces, by the way. Yeah.
Akaro, what are you doing? By which she means, where the fuck did you go?
Barely reacted to our presence. He slowly turned his head again and spent a few seconds in silence until he acknowledged us. Hey, I have a question. What year is it? He took a bit of time to stand up, maintaining a plain expression and breathing deeply, seemingly to calm his nerves. He spoke. Sai, you had a wristwatch, right? What time is it?
What? It's 11:36.
11:36. So it had been 16 minutes since we'd heard the noise in the event room. It felt more like more time had passed since the contents of those minutes had been dense. But it didn't seem wrong. 11:36. I see. Of course, it appears you were wrong, Katsuki. We didn't travel through time.
Huh?
We? Did you travel too? No, I just said I didn't. I think we just hallucinated or something.
Oh, Akaro, where were you?
We were looking for you. Irina and Isla came to us once they realized we found something. From where we were, we could still see the stairs, so if someone went up, we'd at least spot them. Oh, that's good. Phew.
By the way, Irina and Isla don't even have to be in on it. They could just be accomplices to themselves. It could just be themselves from the future, so they could just go to all the places they knew that only they were seeing.
Could also be the same person.
Yep. You hallucinated? What exactly happened, and why did you disappear?
I disappeared? Right. It seemed as if I teleported and I heard some noise. I was still here though, and after that I just waited here until you appeared.
Why did you wait here? What made you teleport?
For some reason, Akara was somewhat unresponsive. Was the cause the teleportation itself? It might have been a shock, but at no point had I experienced a similar effect. I looked around the hallways a bit, and then I felt like waiting here. I'm not sure what caused it. Maybe it was the Sekimeiya. Is he faking? Are you sure? We touched it right before you vanished and nothing happened. Well, yeah, I'm not sure then.
It doesn't make sense. I thought about it earlier. If you touched the Sekimeiya, why was it shut in the cabinet after you disappeared?
Huh? I don't know. Akaro, just tell us exactly what happened. I am. It seemed as if I teleported, and then I searched around a bit, very confused. I waited in here until you showed up, nothing else, and the time makes it clear. I didn't time travel. At most, I could have teleported, but I think something was wrong with me, and I imagined it.
You didn't imagine anything. You actually disappeared.
No, I did. I did imagine it. Teleporting is impossible.
Well, we found the key to the attic. Naomi had it. We went up and looked for you, but we didn't find anything.
I see. I had no idea what had happened to him. Had teleporting changed him so much? It was reasonable to conclude that he was making it all up. The Sekimeiya hadn't worked for us, so why would he be able to travel? And according to him, he hadn't moved through time, just space.
In other news, these shoes match. It's likely Naomi was in the attic.
Shiroya, don't you want to cover her body again?
Huh? Oh, yeah, we should do that too.
Does he know there's two of them? We all looked at each other, wondering what to think. No cameras existed in the bathroom, but since they were functional in hallway C, it was probably fine to do at least that much. However, Akara's question had come out of left field. Sai and Shiroya went off on their own. They came back at the same time, and Shiroya was holding a velvet curtain.
Oh, thank you, Dual Cat, for resubbing. Thank you very much. The Sekimeiya is still there. I touched it too, and nothing happened.
Akaro, did you touch it? What caused your teleportation? I did. I think touching it is what triggered it. Fucking when? Why did you touch it? Didn't we all go to the next room? We had just touched it too.
Did you want to steal it, maybe?
As Shiroya covered Naomi's body with a curtain, Akaro took a few seconds to think about it. Thought about it? Yeah. I was only curious since I hadn't personally touched it yet. I didn't expect anything to happen.
And where did you appear? We searched for you.
Somewhere in hallway C, I think. That's not possible. We searched all around this floor and you weren't here. Oh, that's right. I did see and hear you searching, but you didn't see me. I never left this floor. What?
Oh, why didn't you, call out to them or something? What? That should be impossible.
It's not, because it's what I experienced myself, and after that I stayed here until now.
This is weird.
So he's phase shifted? I had no idea how to interpret what he was saying. At my side, Naomi's body rested under a beautiful cloth that practically occupied this entire bathroom floor. Given the surroundings, it wasn't the most respectful thing, but we couldn't do much else for her.
So you didn't see the culprit or go to the other floors? We entered the attic. Don't you want to go?
No, not yet. You guys go, and I'll follow in a bit.
What? We can wait for you.
No, please leave me alone for a bit longer. I'm still a bit curious about what this attic might be, so I'll go up shortly.
This is so weird.
Yeah, this is really weird.
Are you serious? You'll have some explaining to do.
Yes, just leave me here for now. All of us hesitated, baffled. We'd expected to get answers from Akaro if we found him, but he'd only given us more questions. It was possible he was just acting, but that wouldn't explain his disappearance. If he was correct, the Sekimeiya only made him travel through space. It couldn't be. He couldn't have appeared in Hallway C, or we would have found him. He was either lying or had a mistaken perspective. Are we doing like a Freaky Friday thing? Was there any other choice? I could only theorize that maybe our perspective was wrong instead, but I couldn't come up with an explanation beyond that. Wasn't content with Sai's claim, so I made sure to check the event room. The mysterious egg was still inside the cabinet, and as Sai had done, I went ahead and touched it, receiving no response. I lowered the curtain again and headed toward the stairs. Inside, Naomi was dead. Why would it work for Akaro? Why had it worked for me the other time? And what about when Naomi traveled, since it was basically confirmed that she appeared in the attic? Was there a recurring factor among the times it had worked? Ultimately, we went up again. We hoped that Akaro would soon regain his composure. So, what? They're leaving him? So we could draw more information out of him. But if he truly wasn't stable, it was best to leave him be, next to the corpse. We told him that the elevator might still be disabled by the time he decided to go up, and that we'd leave the door on floor 6 unlocked. We moved back up, unaware of what our goal had become, and knowing that we hadn't thoroughly inspected the crystal floor, and just out of habit, we made Arena and Isla stay at their partitions while we went through every office. It was technically possible someone remained down there, as the sound we'd heard from the event room was yet to be explained, but we decided to ignore that and go along with what Akaro asked. Going up and down the stairs so often was getting tiring, but we couldn't take the elevator. Had Akaro really only teleported without moving through time? I kept circling around that detail. Since we knew barely anything about the mechanism behind the Sekimeiya, I couldn't definitely object. However, I estimated that I went about 20 minutes to the past. If that was variable, it was possible Akaro hadn't realized he'd gone less than a minute to the past thanks to the time on Sai's wristwatch. Why would asking for the time even, like, as soon as he teleported, did he start doing a mental count in his head? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why would that matter?
No, this whole thing has baffled me.
Weird. We entered the attic again.
Sorry.
We left the door unlocked, and the key was still inserted in its hole. Since we didn't have anything in mind, we dispersed ourselves throughout the few rooms, waiting for Akaro's arrival. Sai and Kate remained in the living room, while Shiroya, Arena, Isla, and I entered the right bedroom. We'd been in a group earlier, so staying together felt right. Shiroya and I threw ourselves onto the spacious bed and tried to rest for a bit, both of us pretty worn down. Time for a creepy Isla interlude? The other two mimicked us and sat on our side. Yawn?
Are you tired?
Yes, I hate waking up so early, and Mom made me set my alarm for 6.
That early? Do you live far from the tower? No, but I knew a lot of people would come today. I wanted us to be some of the first visitors so that I could drop Isla off at school afterward. I see. You must be pretty happy that you'll get to skip the entire school day.
Yeah, but I already knew that would happen.
Yep, here we go. Oh, right. So is this the first time you came here?
Yep, I didn't know this place was so cool.
That's surprising. With how much you seem to like gemstones, I figured you would have come here before. She's had many passing interests. She just got back from school one day and told me she wanted to come to this place.
Because Emily came to school with a really pretty bracelet. She said it was amethyst, like the ones in Ashia Tower. She let everyone touch it but me. I don't know why, but she doesn't like me. I know why.
I see. That's why you looked so happy downstairs. I actually told her that I didn't want to bring her here at first, I should have just stuck to that, but she kept mentioning it, and when she's infatuated with something, she doesn't talk about anything else. I caved in too quickly.
That was only when Emily said that her parents wouldn't let her go to see the Sekimeiya. She was saying really ugly things about her mom, but she always buys her anything she asks for. I don't get it.
They're just tormenting me about not being able to read or play the French game right now by naming a character Amelie. It's good that you're not like that. I'm sure she'll be embarrassed about that when she's older.
Everyone really likes her though. I don't hate her, but she's really mean sometimes.
So, you live in Yushibana, right? You probably go to the same school Katsuki and I attended. There were some people like that when we were your age, but they all matured eventually. I think that's an effect of there being so few people.
Oh, you went to my school? Do you know Miss Bisky? The teacher? Yeah.
She still works there? I remember her, yeah. She was always really nice to us.
She's my favorite teacher. I'll tell her that I met you two. I'm surprised she's still there. She was pretty old when she taught us.
She knew we were going to come here, so she might be a bit worried if she heard about what happened. She's usually the person behind Isla's sudden interests. One day she told her that she had an aquarium at home. The next few weeks I didn't hear about anything except wanting to go to an aquarium.
Base multicolored room.
Do you remember how interested you became in fish out of nowhere? Where did that passion go? Did you read all the books I bought you?
I still love them. And yes, I read all of them. Did you know that fish can get sunburned when they're near the surface?
I prefer them pan-seared. Oh, fuck you, Sai. Why are y'all in the bed? We didn't inspect this floor that thoroughly, so you should be looking for clues.
Why don't you do that?
Sorry, I need to keep my eyes on Kate in case he kills Naomi a third time. Let me know if you find something.
Sai is so weird. Ew.
Yeah, maybe you should forget what I said about people here maturing.
He doesn't go to our school, right? He's around our age, and I don't think I've seen him before.
I might go to the one outside town. I don't know him either. Ooh, indeed.
Instead of doing what Sai said, we reclined on the bed. Unlike me, Shiroya had always been good at dealing with kids. The tone of her voice changed significantly when she talked to Isla. I wish the conversation would continue just so I could keep hearing it. The three of them had all been holding something to contain their belongings. Just like Sai had his hip pack, Shiroya carried a modest purse she'd had for a long time. Isla had a child-sized shouldered purse, and Irina had a bigger, black purse with her. Okay? Something caught my attention, so I stood back up. What are you looking at? That's mine. There's a Sekimeiya-shaped object inside. I couldn't see inside Shuria's or Irina's, but Isla's had remained slightly open while she was lying face up. Inside, something fell out of place. Is this a gun? What's that for? That's my purse. I don't use it every day, but I took it today. I mean, that device.
Device? What are you talking about?
Irina and Isla got up and frowned when they saw what had intrigued me.
Oh, is that a recorder? It has a play and record button.
What? I don't know. I've never seen it.
Oh boy.
Oh.
It was inside your purse. Where did you get it?
I just said I've never seen it before. I don't know what it's doing here.
Are you making things up again? What's it doing in your purse if you've never seen it before?
I'm telling you that I don't know. It wasn't very big, but it occupied most of the space in the purse. It was hard to believe anyone could have dropped it inside while Isla had been wearing it, and I hadn't seen her leaving it behind anywhere and giving someone an opportunity to plant an object in it. Shoria grabbed the device and began to fiddle with it.
Chat saying Beatrice's letter. Are you ready? There's a record button and a recording saved. I think we can listen to it. This seems to be a speaker.
Do, 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 do. On one side of the recorder, a symbol indicated that audio could come out of it. On the back was a slot for an SD card, but there wasn't one inserted. When Shreya pressed the record button, a message appeared. It said, delete previous recording before starting a new one. Instead of doing that, Shreya selected the single audio track with the circle pad and pressed the play button.
All right.
Here we go. A time bar appeared on the screen. Static started playing immediately, and we frowned, waiting for something else to happen. On the screen, the seconds ticked up for a while as the static went on. Were we hearing footsteps? Eventually, that noise was interrupted by a very loud one. It sounded as if someone had sat right next to us. Then, that person heaved a sigh, and as soon as they started speaking, we recognized who they were. Well, what do we do now? We immediately recognized it as Akaro's voice.
Oh.
Why did I have this?
Does it show the date anywhere? No, there's nothing like that. What do you want to do? We might have been here for more than a month and the exit's not open. Unless you want to take the shutter by hand, we can only keep waiting.
More than a month? Shiorio's eyes met mine in disbelief. More than a month? Our fear was amplified by the next sentence we heard. I don't get it. What the hell happened? Did Ashia just abandon their own building with us inside, and we thought we'd be free after 12 hours?
What? This can't mean.
And once again, the recording hammered us with the hardest hit yet.
Oh boy! Katsuki, what are you thinking about? Do you have any more ideas? And hey, Irina, what's with that face?
It almost seemed as if Sai had been talking to us directly. We were speechless, wondering if we were there too. What, not going to answer? Then we heard the recorder play the sound of a door being pushed, and following it, gasps, expressions of pure shock filled our ears, which perfectly conveyed the bewilderment shared by everyone who had been recorded. Naomi's dead again!
Isla, what the hell? What? Isla, when did this happen?
She indicated that she had no idea with a gesture, and we kept waiting while the device emitted nothing but silence. Hey, answer us! What are you looking at? Where am I?
What do you mean? We're still in Ashia Tower, do you not remember?
No, I know. What I mean is, what happened to me? Where am I? What? Carl's confusion must have been shared by the rest of us. What kind of question was that, regardless of the context? No, I should be... Following that, there were a couple of unsteady, heavy footfalls, most likely someone staggering. During the next few seconds, Isla cried, and nobody spoke, inside or outside the recording. Huh? I've never done this? Isla, what's gotten into you? What are you holding?
A gun?
And Irina, why aren't you doing anything? Isla's got a gun. With a final sob, the recording ended. The screen left us with a button to rewind the audio, and we remained motionless with expressions we'd never worn before. Had fallen unconscious from a smoke attack, probably traveled to the past, and found 2 dead bodies that belonged to the same person. However, the sensation left by the bizarre recording surpassed all of those.
This has raised Rodney's hope for seeing bunny girls in this VN. How about you? Are you feeling bunny girls?
Nihi? Yep.
Maybe some tattoos? It said we'd be here for over a month. It's not possible, right? Even if the exit doesn't open, the people outside would find a way to rescue us. Yeah, this must be a trap created by Sai and Akaro.
Usually I would have also jumped to that possibility, but Isla was in that recording too. Could she have been in on it? I remembered Isla's friend. Were Sai and Akaro somehow involved in everything?
You and Katsuki were mentioned as if you were there, but you didn't actually say anything. And Kite and I weren't mentioned at all, but with how short it was, that doesn't mean anything.
Didn't mean anything. It was still unsettling. According to the recorded Sai, I'd been quiet for a while, and Irina's behavior had also been strange. If we were to believe the contents of the recording, it meant that it had somehow traveled to the past from 1 month in the future. I couldn't even imagine why and how that would have happened. Maybe that's from the original timeline, before anyone started doing time travel bullshit. How on earth are they in here for a month before they start, dismantling beds and chairs and making like makeshift sledgehammers to get through the walls? Like, there's come on.
The other thing is that, they talked to someone outside of there. So, there was a police officer, in theory, at least in this timeline or whatever, that knew that they were in there. So what happened outside that fucked everything up? You know what I mean?
Maybe it's a Schrodinger's cat box. Everyone's dead outside because of the paradox inside until it resolves. Who knows? Isla, sorry to ask again, but be as honest as you can. Have you really never seen this device? Have you really never spoken the words we just heard? And do you really not know anything about it? Uh-oh. I promise, I have no idea where this came from. I never said any of that. You believe me, Tanya, right?
Yeah, but this is surreal.
Isla had begun to sound like she had in the recording, trying not to break down. The four of us had just been handed a month-long sentence with no bail, and it sounded as if it could be extended indefinitely. 12 hours sounding pretty good right now, huh? Don't worry, this recording must have been manipulated. There are plenty of things in it that don't make sense. Okay, come on. Of course, as Shuri said, we'll be rescued if things go wrong. When the exit is supposed to open, there's no food here, so it's impossible we could be here for an entire month. That's a good point, actually. How did they survive for an entire month? Oh, oh, sorry, that's a really bad joke I was about to make.
Was it worse than cannibalism, or was it cannibalism?
No, it was cannibalism.
Okay, all right, it's all right. Chat beat you to it.
It was just endless Naomi's just appearing.
Yeah, no, you're good.
Okay. All right. It could be for a time where the Karo and Sai sounded perfectly healthy, didn't they?
That's right. I bet they didn't think this through. There's still 9 hours until we can leave, but no more than that. Don't believe any of this, Isla. We're fine. We'll all be fine.
Like Isla, I was looking forward to making it out a lot more than I appeared. I wanted my life to get back on track and go to the mountains with Shiroya, as we'd agreed. The thought of remaining in prison crushed down on my shoulders. We had come to the tower for the purpose of getting a fresh start, and the recording threatened to turn all of that on its head once again. I believe we heard something else that stood out, apart from what Isla said, the way Sai phrased it. We might have been here for more than a month. This might have is very odd.
Oh, that's right. Why would he not be sure?
It's true that we could easily lose track of time after spending a month locked down in here, but it's Sai, he wouldn't do that. But we could know how long it's been just by looking at the date.
He's got his fucking watch. And on the crystal floor, we have a computer that displays it. Even Sai himself has a watch in case the computer stopped working. It has to be a trick, and one that's easy to see right through. Someone must have put this recorder in your purse. Do you know when that could have happened?
No, I had it the whole time since we left home. When you entered the tower, a guard looked at your purse, right? Do you remember if it was there? I don't know. I didn't look. I just gave it to him.
Guard could have put it in.
And that guard's name? Isla, mind telling us the identity of your friend now? You could have had access to it, and somehow she knew this incident would happen. Not only that, but she lied to you, right? About the number of people, and when she said that nothing bad would happen. No, she has nothing to do with this, I promise. She was wrong, but she didn't lie. She's waiting for me outside, and I don't want to leave her alone for long. Christmas is in 10 days, and we promised we'd spend it together. Before I could press her further, the door opened, and Sai appeared with Kate behind him. They forcibly stepped in and closed the door again.
Hey guys, I found a little thing.
Can you just say what it is already?
Yeah, that's why we came here. It wouldn't have been the same without them.
I thought about it. Was Sai hiding something from us? If he was, it must have been something pretty significant.
Another recorder?
Ooh. Instead of asking questions, we waited for what he had to say. While he wasn't paying attention, Irina put the recorder back inside Isla's purse to avoid being questioned. Isla and Irina could easily be called suspicious if anyone knew they had it. Why aren't we sharing?
Who wants to read this?
Sai was holding a piece of folded paper. Since there were no volunteers, he handed it to me.
You've been chosen. I found this in a drawer in the kitchen.
I sighed faintly and began to read.
Greetings, Ushiromiya family.
Sir, I have done as you instructed, and I didn't spot any difference in the attic since Zin's last attack. I believe it wasn't targeted. I finished this month's preservations, but some paint has begun to wear off, so next month I'll attempt to fix that on my own. Until then, thank you for your trust, and let me know if you have any new requests. Naomi.
Is a letter from Naomi? Precisely. Your ears do work. It sounds as if Naomi was tasked with keeping this attic tidy. It's addressed to the head of the Ashiya family, who must have lived here back in the day. I see. Understand? It means that Kate has lied. Yet again. It's great! He never stops! We're gonna set a world record at this rate!
I suppose you're right. He must have known about this, so finding the attic key in Naomi's pocket shouldn't have been a big surprise. I didn't know. I don't look through these cameras very often, and according to this letter, she worked here once a month. It makes sense that I never saw her. I feel bad for Katai. Like, it just...
Holy shit, Kite. You know that you're fucked once we get out, right? You said that you work
14.
here with Naomi, and that she tried to personally convince you of her innocence earlier because of that. But you didn't know what her job entailed?
I didn't. It's not my business to know what everyone does. I certainly didn't see her often, so I never knew exactly what her work was.
Yeah, of course. She's probably been handling this floor by herself for years, and you, who takes care of the security of the entire building, never knew that. This letter mentions Zin, so it must be recent enough, most likely from last month.
It must have happened when I wasn't present in the tower, since I only have the night shift every 2 weeks. For example, if she only came to the first day of every month, I would never have seen her.
Was it not a second ago when you said you'd seen her a few times?
Kate never answered, but he looked enraged during the moments of silence that followed.
Well, it seems Naomi had direct communication with Ashia, and she was a trusted individual tasked with maintaining this special floor. I bet that's why she was chosen for her new job and told the secret of the Sekimeiya's true purpose.
None of us appeared to care much about the letter, given that what we just heard, so I was excited to find something that strengthened his suspicions about Kate, but we'd all accepted at some point that he was lying about a number of things. It was routine. We heard the sound of a zipper being unfastened coming from the bed.
Why?
What's going on?
Hey, Shiroya, what's that?
We all turned to her and saw a key in her hand.
Did you get that from your purse? Isn't that...
Yes, it's the cabinet key, the Sekimeiya cabinets.
I think it is. It was inside. What were you looking for? Oh, nothing. I don't know how this got here, though.
She wouldn't admit it, but after Isla found something so bizarre inside her own purse, Shiroya must have felt the need to check hers too, and it yielded a result. Oh man, everyone should check their pockets.
I see. So you had the key. Very interesting. Someone had to put it in here without me noticing. Is that so? Don't I get to suspect you? I mean, it wasn't inside, but in this side pocket that should have been empty and where anyone could have easily dropped it. I suppose you would have left it in the main section where the zipper could hide it. I'm fine believing that. This motherfucker will jump through 25 hoops to think that Kate did something wrong. But when she's literally got the Sekimeiya cabinet key in her purse, he's like, probably makes sense. Yeah, sure, fine, whatever.
He's mad. He's mad. Before he realized that this key was missing from the first Naomi, only the real culprit or the group that inspected hallway B could have picked it up. So Shiroya, Sai, and Akaro. Sai, who searched the room with Naomi?
Akaro.
So he could have picked it up and later dropped it inside Shiroya's purse. However, he couldn't have unlocked the Sekimeiya cabinet, right?
Yes, nobody entered the event room.
Okay. Excuse me. Then the only suspects are Sai, Akaro, and whoever the killer was. Shiroya didn't enter Naomi's room, so she couldn't have even picked that key up.
Surely she could have if she killed Naomi, right? I know she's supposed to have an alibi, but remember, you traveled to the past, and anyone might have been able to appear on the crystal floor.
The real suspect here is obviously Sai. Akaro couldn't have done anything with the key, but Sai could have unlocked the cabinet because he was outside the hallway B rooms during the search.
But I didn't do it, and I definitely couldn't have hidden the Sekimeiya in the storeroom, so ultimately, the only suspect here is Kate, who killed Naomi. Shiroya's been wearing her purse off to her side, so it wouldn't be too hard to hide a small key in there without her knowing. I hope that Irina's big black purse, when she looks inside it, just has the Sekimeiya in there. I want it to be there so bad. We heard about all 3 of their bags, and we have 2 of 3 having stuff in them. I want the Sekimeiya to be in there so bad.
Or a gun.
Or a gun.
Got it. I didn't kill Naomi, and if I had to hide a key, I'd hide it in a room. If I put it in someone's purse, I'd at least make sure they could actually be suspected. Shiroya couldn't have picked it up, so there's no reason to do that. Can you think of who could have had the best chance to do it?
No, I'm sure anyone could have done it at some point. We'll have to call Akaro out when he comes. You still haven't searched around here? We haven't. What's there to find? We searched precisely to figure that out. This letter was pretty well hidden, and there were a few drawers and hiding spots I can see around here.
Fine, let me look around. I stood up from the bed and casually crouched to open some drawers. I could see some worn out papers, expired promotions, and some more ancient stuff that wouldn't be any use. While everyone watched me, I moved through the drawers until something notable caught my attention. It was, again, a key. Do you recognize this, Kate? Kate? Oh yes, it's the key to this bedroom, the only one that remains. The other bedroom also has one, but the keys shouldn't be interchangeable. I see. It still won't help us much then. I finished looking through the drawers without finding anything else. There was a wardrobe upstairs, but I didn't bother going. Instead, I looked at the door and found the keyhole I'd ignored. There was also a chain that would lock the door from the inside without needing a key. Wait, was there a chain in the other room as well? Not anymore. It broke years ago, so only this bedroom has one. Oh. What are we doing right now?
If you could, I just leaned forward in my chair and made a face like, what the fuck are we doing right now? Like, I'm just right there with you. I'm right there with you. Oh, August says, I feel like this visual novel is demonstrating the opposite of the usual Joe complaint about, wow, there's murders going on and they didn't check X and Y. In this visual novel, everyone enters every room and checks everything, and you have to read all of it every time. That is true.
Isn't it great? It's so great. It's so good.
Yeah, you're loving it. This is what you wanted the whole time.
I'm loving it. Yeah.
This is what mysteries should be to you.
They're not even, they should be demanding to look through Irina's purse right now. They're not going far enough with it, actually. Yeah.
Okay. Establishing a closed room option for later. Yep. I'm not sure what Akaro's doing down there, but I'll look around a bit more until he comes, since it's clear you're all slacking off.
I wasn't sure exactly what he expected to find, but he went up the ladder. It wasn't so much that we were slacking off, rather the recording had sapped every trace of our remaining initiative.
They should be strip searching Sai. Everyone would be happy. I would.
I sat down again and blankly stared at my lap. I can't come to a likely conclusion. How could the recording be fake? If Isla isn't hiding anything important from us, it's clear that we have to basically consider it as truthful after everything that's already happened. However, if this recording is going to occur in the future, why did we find it now? And most importantly, why did we find it inside Isla's purse when she doesn't think anyone had the chance to put it there? It could still be some sort of bizarre trap, one that involves Isla as a participant with the intention of making us believe we won't be free in 9 hours. Moreover, Sumari, we've already heard the recording. If we're still here in a month, why would anyone record anything? What would the point of recording a few minutes of a random conversation be? Why would the person behind it even have a voice recorder inside the tower, and how would it travel back to us? Yeah, it's very weird. When I time traveled, it seemed like casual loops are the way things work. It follows that if we let Sai and Akaro listen to the recording, the chances that it'll happen in the future will vanish. There's no way they would repeat everything exactly as they heard it, although if the 12th hour comes and we're still trapped, we'll have to let them know what our future looks like. Just keeping secrets just for the sheer fuckery of it. My initial reaction was that not letting anyone else listen to the recording was the smarter choice. It would prevent fear, commotion, being suspected, and potentially falling into a trap. But, the child knows about it, so it'll be fine.
Okay. So, sorry, off the pillow again. Sorry. Can't stop it from happening. My brain's decided to engage. So is it possible, because they're like, oh, these people have just been fucking with us until now. Is it possible that the shit is happening and the recording got slipped to her and stuff in an attempt to help them, actually? Is killing Naomi an attempt to try to help them so that what happened in the whatever the fuck time shift timeline or whatever doesn't happen to them? Because I'm not convinced that's from the future. It could be, but I don't know.
You don't think that recording's from the future? I
mean, it has to be from the future eventually, but it doesn't have to be from this future, because if we it's what he just said about the causal loop thing, right? It could be a different future.
I think that they can change things in this time travel. So yeah. Could be wrong, but I think they can change things. Yeah.
So they seem to think that somebody is running around being an antagonist to them. What I'm saying is they seem to think that someone's running around being an antagonist to them, but it seems to me that maybe somebody is trying to help them, actually. I don't know.
My guess is that so many people have touched the Sekimeiya at this point in the future that everything is going to be this big timey-wimey wibbly-wobbly mess of people are trying to make something happen, but there's someone else that's also trying to make something happen, and they're both countering each other without even realizing it. And someone time traveled, didn't even realize they time traveled. There's fucking maybe some mind swapping or like morbing between bodies at some point. Like Akaro seems like a completely different person at this point. Is that because
Yeah.
he's a different Akaro from the future? Is that an Akaro from like, I don't know, like a month from now, and he's like, holy shit, I'm back here, better like pretend everything's fine, you know what I mean? And there is no time travel. Like, yeah, I feel like there's a lot of shit going on that we're not privy to at the moment.
Yeah, he asked for the time but not the date. So God, who knows? Like maybe he's
Ooh.
disoriented because he traveled so far, you know what I mean? Like, and now
Yeah.
he's like, oh shit, I need to cover my ass. Like, I don't. So far, this seems like the perfect setup for a Doctor Who episode. Yeah, Joe just quoted it for a reason. Like, oh, okay.
It's even got the pacing right.
God, I was so scared of the weeping angels. Okay, all right, locking back in. Good night, Weeby. Do you want me
This
to
just
take
so happened.
take narration? You've been going since break.
Sure, go for it.
All right. That just so happened to go along nicely with the way the universe seemed to function. We love it when things are consistent with time-space continuum. As letting Sire Akaro listen to the recording could have immediately made its own existence an impossibility. I didn't want to believe it. It was a chilling thought in many ways. I had a dog and a cat to take care of. This is the first time we're hearing about them. Oh no, it's not. We knew their names. That's right. Okay. Being locked away for a month would end the worst way possible if the people outside neglected both them and us at the same time. This is the most characterization that Katsuki has ever gotten, that he's worried about his pets. I'm so proud of him. Meanwhile, the cabinet key appearing in Shiroya's purse had a much straighter line of reasoning. I silently gestured at her so that she'd come to the hallway with me. Outside, I closed the door behind us while she looked slightly confused. Did you think of something?
Sort of. Dancing. I think we must have something backward. I think I know what happened with the key. It was put in your purse by whoever picked it up from Naomi's body.
Yeah, I was probably the easiest target.
Exactly, which is why if the person who killed Naomi did it, they wouldn't have chosen you. They would have chosen a possible suspect or a spot within a room that a suspect had access to. The first time it disappeared, the Sekimeiya was in a cabinet in the room where Naomi died. However, the cabinet in the event room hadn't been locked, so the key wasn't needed. Then, we split up both hallways and the Sekimeiya was taken. That's when the key was used. Is every time the Sekimeiya is used, like, just a random amount of shit just gets, like, blasted to different places?
No.
Later, when we returned from the higher floors without finding anyone, the Sekimeiya hadn't been stolen yet. It was still in the cabinet. Just according to Sai, someone took the elevator down. I don't think the killer's intention was to take the Sekimeiya. If it had been, and they purposefully removed the cabinet key for Naomi's set, they wouldn't have taken the Sekimeiya while we've been searching both hallways. They would have waited for us to leave, and they wouldn't have dropped the key in your purse.
So someone took an opportunity after we found Naomi's body.
Yeah, the culprit spent time removing it from her set of keys, but didn't take the attic key. All of us found Naomi's body at the same time, and even though I disappeared, you're positive nobody could have picked the key up before I came back, right?
I am, and even more so if they had to take it off the keyring.
You know what? My keys have been falling off my keyring this week. I don't know why. It's really annoying.
Keyring.
Yeah, I keep finding like keys in my pocket just loose. In that case, when we left her body to put the Sekimeiya in the event room cabinet, it's very likely she still had all of her keys. The people could have picked it up from that point on were your group. Sorry, the people that could have picked it up from that point on were your group and the person who made the sound. Someone who couldn't have gone on to use it to unlock the cabinet. It's also likely that they were the true culprit, seeing as they didn't pick it up after killing Naomi. It goes back to what we said earlier. The suspects are pretty much only Sai and Akaro.
I began moving toward the living room, and Shiroya followed me without asking anything.
Akaro entered the room where Naomi died, but he couldn't have unlocked the cabinet. Sai, though, had the chance to do both things. If the search ended while one of them still had the key, they would have chosen to leave it in your purse because you were in their group. You also investigated hallway B, so if Sai had denied it, you could have had a chance to get the key too.
And then Akaro started acting weirdly, purposely remaining on the crystal floor all by himself.
Yeah. None of this makes sense because we found the Sekimeiya in the storeroom. This part is what feels like we might have it backward.
How so?
I'm not sure yet, because I thought there could have been a normal method to make the Sekimeiya appear there. Maybe it has to do with its powers, but I think we should look through hallway B in case we find hints of what actually happened. Are we going downstairs, or are we, like, is it just, I guess we are.
Without an objection, we continued heading down. I wasn't exactly sure what line we were pursuing, but I knew something strange had to have happened with the hallway B group.
When the Sekimeiya was hidden in room B4, where we first found Naomi, it was hidden inside a temperature regulation cabinet, and that would have happened at a time where we didn't know that the cabinets had inner compartments yet. Anyone could have secretly known this, but think about Katai's perspective. Sarupo told him that gemstones had been stolen from a room, and he didn't know which one. Therefore, he had no reason to think they had gemstones on display instead of the ones kept in those inner compartments, right? But the first time we searched, he never looked in those or let us know about them.
Maybe he wanted to keep them a secret.
It's possible.
As soon as we reached floor 5, we faintly heard someone approaching.
Oh, hey. Were you coming for me? Sort of. The others are waiting for you in the attic, but we'll go right back up in a bit. What were you doing down there? Nothing. As I said, I stayed where I was for a few more minutes, sorting my thoughts out.
Any reason why you chose a bathroom with a body to stay in?
I don't think so. I'll be going. I'm sure Sai's eager to question me. This is so weird.
It's so weird. He took off without waiting for a response. Maybe he's back to normal. He looked really off earlier.
He did. I'm not sure how it was for him, but he must have experienced something completely unnatural.
We continued moving down as we wondered what exactly had been up with Akaro. He said he only teleported and the Sekimeiya was the trigger. Do you believe him?
Maybe that's Naomi's consciousness in Akaro right now, and she was freaked out that she was like in the room with her own body or something, and she couldn't fucking process it. I'm not sure. It probably was caused by the Sekimeiya in some way, but right before that point, it didn't have any effect on us. I thought earlier that maybe he just traveled a few seconds to the past, which would have been unnoticeable.
Oh, that's true. But he said he still appeared on the crystal floor, so I think he would have noticed it, and we should have seen it.
Yeah, maybe the shock stopped him from thinking properly. I don't know. I also wonder why he didn't show himself if he was right there the whole time and saw us. And there's still the fact that if he really touched the Sekimeiya, we shouldn't have seen it behind the glass in the cabinet.
None of it makes much sense. Agreed.
True. I'm already doubting what I said regarding the Sekimeiya's disappearance. I said if Naomi's killer took her key, they would have waited before taking the Sekimeiya. They wouldn't have done it while we were all searching the crystal floor. That's not definitely true, though. If Sai or Akaro took the key, they would have waited too.
Yeah. They would have kept the key until a better chance came.
Right.
Right. Aggro. Come on. Just come on. Just come on.
But instead, the Sekimeiya was taken while the search was going on. Why? There has to be a reason why they didn't wait. After all, the fact that it happened during the search feels wrong because it means that nobody who searched could have done it. How did they do it? Whoever hid the Sekimeiya took advantage of the search to appear clean. They didn't wait for a calmer opportunity. It's so confusing. People in both hallways could have worked together when I wasn't looking, but is that really it? It doesn't make any sense. They rushed to hide the Sekimeiya in the storeroom, but they didn't rush to take it out of the cabinet the next time we left the crystal floor. In fact, it should still be there. Damn it, I don't want to baselessly suspect everyone, but I don't know how else to approach this.
It's okay, Katsuki. You're just trying to be careful. I wish I could be more help. We arrived at the crystal floor. If no one was hiding nearby, we were the only people there. It was fainter, but as we walked down the last staircase, we could still perceive the smell from earlier. Perhaps because nothing about it made sense, we instinctively went to check the second of Naomi's bodies, the place where Akaro had remained.
I don't think anything's different here.
It looks the same. Someone must have locked her inside, and that was the sound we heard.
If so, then they should have still been somewhere while we searched.
Well, Well, when we heard the sound, we all went out of the event room toward hallway A. From there, we could see the staircase and elevators, so we know nobody ran up a floor after that. If the person responsible expected that and quickly entered the event room from hallway B just behind us, they might have been able to use the Sekimeiya to escape. We still don't know how it works, and we locked the cabinet, but it's possible.
It supposedly made Akaro travel later, so that could be right. It might just be inconsistent about when it actually does something.
Sorry,
Delayed time travel.
Delayed time travel. But then they wouldn't have relied on it to escape. If they used it, they must have known how to properly use it. Sorry, he's being bad. There's still the same problem, though. The glass in the cabinet would have been down.
That's right.
As the conversation had once again shifted to the Sekimeiya's mechanics, we walked to the center of the floor. We entered through hallway B and found ourselves in the barren space, only shared by the covered cabinet. The darkness in there was a stark reminder that we'd been victims of an attack, and one that was most likely far from over. I walked up to the cabinet as I spoke.
Do you still have the key?
No, it must still be on the bed, assuming nobody picked it up. I didn't want to just put it back in my purse. So the potentially solitary method to unlock the cabinet was in anyone's possession. I raised the curtain, hoping to finally get more information on what the Sekimeiya could really do. Is it gonna be gone? Oh, fuck, it's gone. However, instead of helping us piece things together, it appeared the curtain was only covering more questions. Behind it, the glass only protected a cushion as the Sekimeiya had once again disappeared. It's not here? Didn't you see it just before we went up?
I did. I even touched it.
Then was Akaro just acting? He could have easily taken it out.
With what key? You have it. Unless we assume an unknown culprit is somehow still here. It was him. He did tell us to leave him alone, but I have no idea why he'd want to hide it. This question still pisses me off. Why would anyone hide the Sekimeiya? There's nothing that came from it because we can always find it just by searching thoroughly. It's the weirdest fucking story, man. Someone just keeps taking it just to hide it, and then we put it back. It's just like, what the fuck are you doing?
There might be another reason. What if what they're trying to do is remove it from the cabinet instead of hiding it, thus setting up a series of continuously changing mysteries for the story?
Just removing it. Oh, because of the temperature?
Maybe. The first time we found it inside a cabinet that could keep it cool, but it wasn't powered on. It might be related to that.
They could just unplug this cabinet, which would be much harder to notice. By moving it, they also expose themselves in front of the camera.
I looked behind just in case, and the cabinet's plug was still inserted into the outlet. The cameras make me think that the culprit doesn't mind being seen. It'd make sense if it was always Akaro, because he's leaving himself as the only suspect by hiding the Sekimeiya now anyway.
Oh, remember, we still haven't had the potential crash out that unplugging the cabinet unlocks the glass. That could be it. But to accomplish everything, he needs to have used the Sekimeiya's powers multiple times and still did his best to always hide from us. Whoever the culprit is, why do they care so much about avoiding us but aren't fazed by the cameras?
I don't know. They must have caused the power outage in the security room, but all that did was stop us from looking at the recordings. The cameras are still working, so once everyone outside can get back in, they'll be able to look through all of it.
It might just be that they're confident in their plan. If they intend to vanish as soon as Ashiya entered this place, even if their identity is exposed, they'd still be long gone. The fact that they're trying so hard to avoid being seen by us might mean that we already know them. If they're making use of the Sekimeiya, understand how it works, and are creating an alibi for themselves, we could just restrain them once we know who they are. It's like they're hiding the Sekimeiya while also hiding themselves thanks to it. At the same time, the fact that Akaro is the main suspect could mean that he isn't responsible. Every other action performed by the culprit has managed to keep their identity hidden, but this would directly reveal it. Even though Katai has always looked like the most suspicious person, he could have accomplished almost everything through normal means. At no point was it necessary for him to use the Sekimeiya for anything, and it's very likely the culprit has been making use of it to stay out of sight and remain less suspicious.
So the blame just falls on Kate?
I doubt it's just that. He's still hiding a bunch of things for sure regarding the Sekimeiya, the attic, and the way we got trapped. For now, since we're here, we could try to find the Sekimeiya, and the others must be questioning Akaro and, well, wondering where we are. There aren't many places to hide it, and if we do find it, we could learn something important. Assuming Akaro didn't do it, it means that someone else took advantage of him being distracted.
It could have been an unknown culprit, but Sai and Kite were actually viable suspects too, as they'd claimed to be in the living room while we'd been occupied by an impossible recording. They would have had just enough time.
And they've been play fighting, so no one would ever think they were working together. Or would you prefer to go back to the attic? Sorry, I just dragged you all the way down here without asking you. Being alone could be dangerous, so you can go back if you want.
No, I'd like to look for it. We were gonna look through hallway B, so let's start with that. If we figure out how the Sekimeiya appeared in the storeroom, we might be able to find out who did it. Time to search all the rooms again! I nodded. It wasn't impossible someone was hiding, but they could have easily left already, and it wasn't our goal to begin a full search of the building. We intended to find the Sekimeiya, which was more likely to be on the crystal floor.
Which room do we start with?
It shouldn't matter. I think that's the first one Akaro looked through. We walked to room B3 in silence. It was undeniable that staying put somewhere was much safer than being there by ourselves. Someone had died, and we were up against an elusive unknown. We'd even heard that bizarre recording just minutes ago, but we were trying to understand what had happened to the Sekimeiya. After all, it made me travel through time. We hadn't spoken about it at length, but it was evident both of us wanted to understand how it worked. We opened the door and entered without high hopes. I started with the rightmost cabinets. Only a few of them could be opened up, but there was always space behind and under them, making it a considerably lengthy process. Just as I thought that, Shiroya spoke. Wait, it's here. I turned around abruptly. Shiroya was looking inside the cabinet she'd started with. I approached her, thinking that perhaps I'd misheard.
Do you mean the Sekimeiya?
Yeah, look, it's under the cushion, and there's a lot of space beneath it, too. I thought I saw a slight bump, so I checked. I spotted it when I got closer. Shiroya had removed the cushion with the gems, which uncovered the space beneath it. There, the Sekimeiya was hidden.
So once again, out of all the places to choose from, they chose to hide it in a room with security cameras, and it just so happened to be in the first room in the first cabinet that we came over.
We'd gotten used to our searches not ending as desired, so such a quick result threw me off. We can't have been here for very long. What do we do? Do you want to try to, activate it?
The last time it worked right after it was hidden, so it's obvious that the culprit is behind this, so by learning how it works, we might be able to understand a few things.
That's true, but won't it be dangerous? You saw how Akaro reacted.
It felt fine the last time. I also touched it before going to the attic and nothing happened, so it's possible it won't be any different now.
It might have been dangerous, but I wanted to know if going to the past was truly achievable. I felt overwhelmed by the simple-looking object I had in front of me. I see. Try it then.
If it works, I'll go back to the past again. If that happens, it means that I might already be outside the door, waiting for the past me to travel. Assuming that's the case, I'll come in as soon as I disappear to meet back up with you. Keep looking at the Sekimeiya in case it changes colors.
They should hold hands and see if it transports both of them. What are these people doing? Have they never watched television?
Yeah.
All right. Was another version of me right outside the room? If we went to look and that version acted surprised to be found, assuming the past couldn't be changed and only looked at from a different perspective, it would mean that I needed to travel to the past and recreate a fake reaction. Something like that was ridiculous. If we went to check outside, that version of me would know that we'd done so and would hide accordingly. It was pointless to even try it, as we didn't know if the travel would work in the first place.
I'll touch it. If nothing happens, let's bring it upstairs. Leaving it in the cabinet would just provide the culprit with another opportunity to hide it, assuming it wasn't Akaru's doing. I think the Sekimeiya just does this.
It just does it sometimes.
It just does it, yeah.
It just does it. Yeah. I'll wait here. I'm a little scared to touch it, but I think it's better if one of us stays here.
I agree.
I disagree. I stretched my arm toward it. Hesitant at what was about to happen, Shiroya backed up while I shortened the distance between my hand and the Sekimeiya. As soon as I made the slightest physical contact with it, I felt a ridiculously painful burn on my fingers. It lasted less than a split second, and I was somewhere else. Should we end stream? No, just kidding. Just kidding. Security room. Before I could comprehend that it worked, I fell to the floor and hurt myself. Disoriented, I looked around. It took me a few seconds to recognize where I was. In front of me were blank screens, and my surroundings were overall dim. It was the security room. My pose had also changed. I'd appeared in front of the desk and immediately fallen backward, hitting my back on the chair.
The fuck? Was I sitting?
Oh boy, wait, you might have been right. Wait a minute. Oh no. Oh no. That was what it felt like. I'd been sitting on top of nothing, which resulted in my fall. I sighed and stood up. It had worked again, and I'd appeared in the security room instead. I was about to exit the room when I realized I had a much smarter option. I dragged the chair I'd knocked away back to its place and sat on it. Then I moved the mouse around to power on the screens. They all lit up at once, which made me squint momentarily. The large desktop appeared, but I only directed my eyes at the lower right side of the middle screen. 11:10 was the time that I saw. I did go back to the past once again. This is confirmation that I wasn't going crazy. The last time we checked the time, Sai said it was 11:36, and he already confirmed to me that his time is the same as this computer's. I'd estimate that after that point, 15 more minutes passed until I touched the Sekimeiya, which means that I went approximately 40 minutes into the past. 40 minutes. Twice the last amount. Is that a coincidence? It could just be that the amount of time traveled is also determined randomly. I thought earlier that could be the case with the location you go to, but given I appeared sitting down right in front of this desk, there must be more to that. At this point in time, I should be on the 5th floor with Shiroya. At 11:20, we were all inside the event room after regrouping, discussing the elevator movements. When we heard a noise, that's right, I can attempt to see what made it, and most importantly, what happened to Naomi. I tensed up. It was possible a murder was about to occur. We deemed the bathroom empty before searching the other floors, and I was in the time frame where the second Naomi had died. I exited the security room slowly. We'd searched through the whole floor before going up, so there shouldn't have been anyone hiding who I didn't know about. However, the elevator movement still remained unexplained. Someone had arrived on the crystal floor while we'd been investigating the others. Could I even consider preventing Naomi's death? If causal loops were how time travel worked, I wouldn't be able to. Did I have a way to be sure, though? If you were stuck for 12 hours in a building with a time travel egg, you'd not touch it, so you don't have to spend more than 12 hours. I mean, that's what they were going on about being here for like a month, so. Even though what happened the first time indicated that modifying the past wouldn't happen, the only way I could learn that with certainty was by attempting it. Incidentally, by attempting to change the past, I was putting myself at risk. We hadn't found my dead body, so I could feel a bit calm in that regard. However, if my actions could alter the past, that would no longer be valid. Should I be worried about that? If I try to prevent Naomi's death and subsequently die for it, that could make my time travel an impossibility and lead into an obvious paradox. How would the universe handle that? Would it even allow it? Maybe anything I try to change the past will be completely futile. I just have to wait and see what I can do. From hallway A, I saw people walking down the stairs. I dashed toward the lobby, knowing that they wouldn't see me. They've already come, so the elevator movements have already occurred. It's possible Naomi's already dead. Did I appear too late to see what happened? I moved to hallway B. I knew we'd shortly enter the event room through the opposite door, so I'd be safe there. Are they really not going to see me? I went 40 minutes into the past, and even though nobody claimed to have seen me, it appears I was always on this floor. I approached the bathroom slowly, trying to remain silent. From the middle of the hallway, though, I noticed that something important hadn't happened yet. The door, it's open. We'd found the bathroom door closed, and inside was Naomi's body. Since it wasn't locked at that moment, something was bound to happen if I just watched from a distance. Unfortunately, the door was only barely ajar, so I couldn't see inside. I kept moving and entered the cleaning room, which would provide me with the best view of the bathrooms without being spotted. A little paranoid, I looked behind me to make sure there was no one else there. Do you want to take turns on this, since it's just gonna be monologue?
Sure. Who's going to appear? Will I be able to see the killer's identity? Naomi might also show up at any moment, but from where? This floor was empty, and the rest up to the attic. And the rest up to the attic were just investigated too? Oh, the rest of the floors. Yeah. Maybe whoever's about to appear will travel from the future if they haven't been in the attic the whole time. It's unlikely anyone exited the attic through the main door, given the footprints. Even though the elevator should have been on the 5th floor, it was below the 3rd. Someone from the attic could have called, arrived here, and then sent it back up with no one inside. That fall into place with what Sai heard. It also means that person must now be on this floor, and most importantly, that Shoria and I missed the elevator sound 3 times. Is that really a possibility? I kept watching for a few minutes. Eventually, the indistinct voices I'd been hearing faded away, indicating that the group had gone to the event room. It has to happen at any moment. We did hear a noise, and the door hasn't been locked yet. I remained motionless, peeking through the small gap in my door. Was I about to witness a murder? Would I see a person popping into existence out of nowhere? Where would they go then? If the second Naomi isn't dead yet, both her and the culprit have to come. One of them is accounted for given the elevator movements, but what about the other one? Or were both of them responsible for the elevator trips? Before I could continue imagining all sorts of scenarios, it began. Naomi was coming from hallway C.
Oh,
What?
shit.
There she is. Should I show myself? I couldn't decide if that was a good idea. There was no culprit to be found, so I chose to hold off. What if she goes into the bathroom right now, or the time's about to run out, and he realizes that if there isn't a body in the room, that the future he was just in isn't going to exist, and he will have abandoned that version of Shiroya, and he has to make it in order to be able to get there, to go through the door to see her. Akaru's description of Naomi's face fell short of her actual expression. She was visibly terrified, breathing heavily, moving oddly, and stopping in place every few seconds. Even though I was a fair distance away, I saw pure distress all over her. What had she experienced? Did she know her own body had been found? Was she aware of what was about to happen to her? She must have traveled to the past at least once, or her own existence wouldn't make sense. Finally, after a very long breath that seemed to give her some confidence, she did what I thought she'd do. She headed toward the bathrooms. She opened the woman's lift inside it. It appeared that she was searching for something, and she didn't look around very much. Sorry, and given that she didn't look around very much, it might have been a person. Quickly, something caught her attention inside the other bathroom. I couldn't know what it was, but as she placed her hand on the doorknob, her sense gave away that she was wary of whatever was behind the door. I hadn't seen anything strange happening in the bathroom since I began watching. Was it possible that someone had been there the whole time? Naomi opened the door carefully, keeping her guard as high as it could have been. I bit my lip tightly. When the door was open, she looked inside. Since the knob was on the left, it was impossible for me to see what she had seen, but her tension slightly lowered once she saw the contents of the tiny room. At the same time, mine increased as I knew what was probably about to happen. I was too far to hear her, but she was speaking. Someone had really been inside the bathroom the entire time. It didn't make sense. That person had to be the source of the elevator movements, so where had Naomi come from? She didn't have the attic key, and she couldn't have come from the future either, as that was about to become impossible. Out of nowhere, Naomi's body was pulled from the inside. I felt as if my heart was pulled along with her. I couldn't see her anymore, and 2 people were in the bathroom, their figures hidden from me. I'd probably never have the chance to stop it, and a camera must have at least caught the image of her murderer. But during the few seconds that I was pathetically scared without actually being in danger, I knew that the life of a person was being taken right in front of me. Despite my future knowledge and advantageous position, I hadn't done anything to prevent it. I've been thinking that at least the culprit would have to escape while I watched, until I realized how inhuman that was. The universe wouldn't allow me to change the past. That was ridiculous, and if anything, it was providing me with a way to do so. Sorry to do it.
Katsuki, what the fuck?
I bolted to the bathroom as fast as I could. I definitely still had time to change the past, and then I slammed the door open and hit her in the head. It wasn't too late, and I could trap the culprit inside. I wouldn't let them escape, and it would change the past in some way.
What?
Well, but that thought evaporated when I heard a sound in front of me. Before I could reach the bathroom, the door was forcefully shut from the inside and then locked. I recognized the sound as soon as I heard it. It was the one we'd heard from the event room. How? Really? The door being locked is the sound, not the sound from the struggle or people being pulled inside or anything like that? How? It should have been impossible since the killer was still inside. However, I didn't have time to think about it. Faster than I'd ever run, I scrambled to the stairs, knowing that in less than a couple seconds, Irina's gaze would seal off the entire floor. I made it before I was spotted only because I reacted fast enough, but it didn't make any sense. We were going to search the entire floor and find no culprit.
Time for him to ride the elevator back and forth, I guess.
Were Arena and Isla going to let them escape? If so, I was about to see it, and since I was one floor higher, I could hear the elevator too. It was still on the crystal floor. Once again, I waited, watching over the stairs from afar. However, a couple minutes later, nobody had gone up. At that time, we were already next to the locked door, and we would only find Naomi inside. Huh. The way we coordinated ourselves back then had been effective. Irina and Isla prevented me from going down and seeing what happened to Akaro, which was also something I wanted to find out. So by rushing to the door, I didn't change anything. That always happened, and yet we didn't find the person who should have been inside. Like I thought, the past won't change. As soon as I determined that I was going to do it, I was blocked off.
But what? No, that's no.
It's cope. Although
That's
before
cope.
I say that for sure, I have to verify that they really didn't find someone and that everything is happening as I remember. But this means that something happened to the killer. Did they go back to the past before we found them? They locked the door as soon as I approached it, so they must have escaped after that point. There's a big problem. The Sekimeiya is currently in the event room. It's clear that under some circumstances it does make you travel to the past, but they couldn't have used it unless we're severely misunderstanding how it works. This is the guy who's only time traveled twice.
Yeah.
If touching it physically is a requirement to travel, anyone inside the bathroom couldn't have used it. Is there any way to get around that? For example, since we had inspected the whole floor earlier, it's very likely that the culprit appeared from the future. Could they have brought the Sekimeiya with them and then used it to escape from the bathroom? I don't know how that would be possible. The Sekimeiya is the cause of the travel, so you shouldn't be able to travel with it too. So then, what method could they have used to disappear like that? Why did they kill Naomi? And while we're at it, who the fuck is this person? 15. Someone who will travel to the past. We have that person. Akaro. He's about to travel to the past right now, but for some reason we won't find him again until later. Did he have a way to escape the bathroom? Was he the one who shut and locked the door before I reached it? My whole body felt like a coiled spring, and I've been continuously biting my lip. I couldn't get the thought that I'd let Naomi die out of my head. How was that even possible, though? She had died twice. Sakura? I made a plan in my head. If Akaro was responsible, he had to have been the one who'd hidden the Sekimeiya while we were in the attic. We'd walk up in a few minutes, and I knew for a fact that we wouldn't look through every floor. We don't? As long as I hid myself in a partition, I wouldn't be seen. Afterward, I could go down again and see who'd hidden the Sekimeiya. Once more, I'd have a chance to see the murderer firsthand.
I really hope we have a moment where like two of them have time traveled to the same part and they run into each other and they have a Looney Tunes moment of like, ah, shit.
I hope so too, yeah.
You're on Android.
Am I?
Yeah. Or do you, unless you want me to read it for a bit.
Oh, sure, you can take over.
Okay. And if Akaro had been telling the truth about seeing us during our inspection, I would see him for sure. I recalled our movements downstairs. Irina and Isla stayed in place, observing the path between floors, while the rest of us moved back and forth between the two rooms, with their individual Naomis. Eventually, after exiting the event room, we lost track of Akaro. We'd searched through the whole floor after that, and I could attempt to repeat that myself. I waited out the brief time until there was a safe way down. After
hold on. Because we saw Naomi alive go into the bathroom and then get killed, that she can't get killed twice. So either the body that we found the first one is the second one and it was like mutilated to make the blood appear. Things can change. Right?
I see what you mean, yeah. In theory, but if that happened, bodies don't bleed after a while after they've been killed because
yeah, not in that way.
You know what I mean? Not in that way. Yeah.
How quickly does like blood like congeal and it wouldn't come out the same way? Probably fairly quickly, like a matter of hours, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I think it's pretty quickly. But then like the amount of time that has gone by feels a lot longer than it is because of us reading. Like in reality, it's only been 2 hours, and I think like the first time they discovered Naomi's body was like only an hour ago. And so I don't know if like only an hour and a half went by. That might be possible, but I don't know. But it would have to be done in that order because of the blood. So
yeah, you think that when they got into the bathroom, when they touched Naomi, they would feel that she was still warm too, which would be another clue.
Yeah.
Because she died really. Okay.
Yeah, and they said it was the same bump on her head. Like, it was the same bump on her head, but in one case there was blood coming out of it, and the other case there wasn't. So it wasn't like someone slashed her. It was like the same wound happened, but in one case bled. I don't. Can I complain? Can I have 5 minutes off of the visual novel to complain?
Sure.
Can I have a brief complaining dream? I'm one of those people who isn't able to visualize anything in my head. Like, I don't really see when I dream. I just have like concepts and ideas. I'm not able to close my eyes and imagine the people like moving around on the map. Like, I can't close my eyes and visualize where all of these people are moving at the various times. And yeah, it's an aphantasia skill issue. Like, it makes it really, really difficult for me to think about what is happening in this visual novel, which is one of the reasons that I'm like, I'm just gonna fucking sit back and let you do it, because I feel like an integral part of this is understanding people's movements through space and time, and I quite literally cannot visualize it, and it's starting to be frustrating for me. Like, they can explain it with their words all that they want, but it doesn't do anything. I would have to get out a piece of paper and like draw it every time they did that, which I am not doing. So yeah.
I can't do that either. I can only visualize things in my brain when I'm dreaming. I think I can still kind of like conceptually figure out people moving along a map though, but I close my eyes, I just see darkness. I can't see anything in my like it's just blank.
We're doing so well. We're doing so well.
But I can visualize when I dream, which I don't understand why I can do it subconsciously, but I can't do it consciously.
Interesting. Yeah. I get like flashes of images in my dream, but they're almost like occasional still pictures. I can't see like dreams. A couple that hates imagining apples. Yeah. Oh, that's frustrating. All right. Well, I have no excuse for handing it over to you then.
That's okay. That's okay.
After 4 or 5 minutes, I saw the group coming up the stairs. We were going to the attic, which confirmed that Irina and Dyla had never gone anywhere. They were definitely watching the entire time. I slipped into the offices to avoid being seen. When the group was gone, I slowly stepped out. Nobody had the chance to pass by after them. I'd been watching the glass from the second partition. The crystal floor was isolated, and according to Akaro, he had to be there. I moved down. I couldn't do an optimal search since I was only one person, but I should have been able to find someone who wasn't deliberately hiding from me. Akaro specifically said he'd only teleported. Regardless of the veracity of that, he had to still be on the crystal floor. I opened the door to the elevator, revealing its barren interior. Next, I looked at the bathrooms, which only contained Naomi's body the way I remembered leaving it, not yet covered by a curtain. It was further confirmation that I was reliving something I'd already experienced, just from another viewpoint. Karo had stated that he didn't go up any floors, so even though I couldn't keep track of the entire area, he had to be lying if I didn't see him. I began looking through every room. I'd seen other people do it, but I'd never personally been the one to inspect. Investigating like that felt a bit paradoxical. If Akaro was in one of the rooms, he would see me even though he'd never mentioned it to us. Despite that, I continued. The cleaning and staff rooms were empty, and so were the first few crystal rooms. Once I entered the event room, I saw the Sekimeiya still there, revealing that it would soon be moved. I continued with the remaining rooms in hallway B, which all appeared empty. Even though Akaro's body was the biggest out of everyone's, he could still fit inside a cabinet. It was outlandish to think he would hide in one, but I couldn't ignore them just because of that. After the mechanical room, I began the hallway A search. A few minutes later, I'd confirmed that it was fully vacant. I knew how suspicious that was. Surely if Akaro was there and wasn't up to anything, he would have been drawn in by the noise. I should have seen him. Did he see me all by myself and avoided me? If so, he would know that I was about to travel to the past when he saw me and Shiroya heading downstairs. We'd told him that we all stayed together the whole time. If he'd hidden the Sekimeiya, he would be aware that we were about to find it, and despite that, he hadn't stopped or questioned us. I moved to the cleaning room again, knowing that Akaro would eventually enter the men's bathroom. Immediately, I noticed two things. 1. The bathroom's door looked exactly like it had when we'd come back down. We'd seen that it looked different from how we'd left it. The second thing I noticed was that I'd been responsible for it. I had looked inside it and left the door slightly more open than it had been. What the hell was up with that bathroom? I knew Akaro would be inside it in a few minutes, but the door threw me for a loop. Unable to piece together what was happening, I stood still, waiting for what was bound to occur. At the point Akaro asked Sai for the time, it was 11:36. After the time I'd taken to investigate every room, I didn't have to wait very long before I saw the others appearing from the other side of hallway C. They had just searched every upper floor after visiting the attic for the first time. They noticed the difference with the bathroom's door and went to check it. Inside, they saw Akaro. I couldn't completely rule out that he'd entered it, but the position of the door indicated otherwise. Something extremely peculiar had happened inside that small room. After a bit, Sai turned around and headed toward the event room at the same time that Shiroya went to grab a curtain. I reacted fast enough to avoid being seen, but I hadn't anticipated it. Regardless, everything was happening just as I'd already experienced it. What had happened to Akaro? The truth was likely obscured behind his odd claim, his lack of time travel. When he'd disappeared from our side, we were unable to find him. Before that point, Naomi's killer also vanished completely from the bathroom, and Akaro, who we found there, claimed to have only teleported. Properly piecing all that together had to reveal the truth or form another piece to place somewhere. But despite thinking that, I couldn't decide whether to suspect him or not because I still didn't fully understand the way the Sekimeiya worked. The little I did know was contradicted by everything I'd witnessed from my new point of view. After my past self went to check the Sekimeiya, everyone but Akaro left. I saw Ayla and Shiroya's purses, and they were oblivious of what they were carrying. No matter how much I thought about the abnormal death of the second Naomi, the recording that the four of us were about to hear had remained in the back of my mind. Being abandoned inside the building for a month, buying into some trick, falling into disarray along with Shiroya, the last thing I wanted was to be a victim of any of that.
Want me to take over?
Sure.
From that spot, I kept watching. I knew the Sekimeiya would be moved before Shiroya and I returned, and the cleaning room provided me with a way to look at Akaro while listening to the event room and the room I traveled from. If either door was opened, I was fairly certain I'd hear it. In a bit more than 10 minutes, I would reach my own present and meet up with Shiroya again. I still had an important chance to understand what was going on. So my thoughts fixated on the culprit, the person responsible for everything. The incident, the two murders, and hiding the Sekimeiya. At first, since we hadn't known what the Sekimeiya was capable of, we'd strongly considered someone else was trapped with us and that they were behind it all. However, that was no longer as concrete. The culprit used the Sekimeiya and possessed knowledge of it. I'd been pretty sure of that already, but seeing them vanish from the bathroom was a stark confirmation. They knew what they were doing, and they were consciously escaping from us. While it was possible that a ninth person was present, thanks to the Sekimeiya, it wasn't necessarily the case. Everything that the culprit had done could have been done by one of us as long as they had knowledge of the Sekimeiya's mechanics. Sai had previously brought up the idea that Kate originally found the Sekimeiya. If so, he was a good candidate to know how it worked. However, he repeatedly told us to keep it in the cabinet while it had already been removed 3 times. Power outage, hiding the Sekimeiya in the storeroom, the 2 killings of Naomi, and whatever might have happened in the attic, I still couldn't explain any of that, but something odd had happened in every one of those instances, meaning that the person responsible must have deliberately used the Sekimeiya to their advantage. So then, who were they? What was their purpose? I never stopped asking myself that last question. Why did they need to kill Naomi? Did their bizarre plan involve trapping us inside the building for the next few weeks? I reassured myself there was no way they could accomplish that. However, it was undeniable that the cameras recorded them. They surely intended to prevent anyone outside from viewing the recordings. We'd already seen an access denied message after all. Even though it was clear that Kate was the most suspicious person there, he had also gotten more and more questionable by the second. That was what made me hesitant. I continued waiting. At around 11:50, I traveled to the past, and before that, the Sekimeiya would be stolen and Akaro would leave. At least I was safe where I was. I knew Shiroya and I hadn't entered the cleaning room. Like before, the minutes passed and nothing changed. I couldn't see Akaro inside the bathroom, but I knew he was still there, and he'd also told us that he didn't leave until he went to the attic. Even though I knew I'd hear him, I kept glancing at the other side of the hallway every once in a while. If Akaro was responsible for the Sekimeiya's disappearance, though, he'd have to move first. I don't know, do you think he's, like, I would probably position myself so I could see that I was in the room with the Sekimeiya instead of trying to look at the bathroom with Akaro in it, right?
Yeah. Here's what I'm hung up on. 2, why did he appear in the security room sitting in the chair?
Yeah.
Has anybody sat in that chair besides Kite?
I don't know.
Because it makes
Yeah,
me
I don't.
think that like the Sekimeiya is like keyed to someone or something. And like you're teleporting to where they were. I don't not at the same time obviously, but like I don't know. My brain is stuck on it.
Why would his position have changed?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, and he was above a chair. That's what makes me think that he was like someone was sitting in that chair and that left like an imprint of that person in that place. Yeah, like imprinting, exactly. I don't know. Or it could be it's like where they were at that time in like an alternate timeline or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I've got to be in my bonnet about it.
Okay.
Okay.
I didn't know what I was about to see, but in the meantime, the floor was completely silent. There were no traces of anyone else, and the car didn't appear to have been lying for the time being. A few more minutes passed. Our past selves were occupied with listening to the recording. There wasn't a lot more time left until we'd appear, but I knew for sure that Akaro would first exit the bathroom. What if he doesn't? Or was that necessarily the case? Hadn't I just experienced someone vanishing from the same bathroom? I started to feel uncertain, but that sensation quickly disappeared. About 8 minutes after the group had disappeared, Akaro did, in fact, leave the bathroom. He looked tired and still a bit groggy. After breathing deeply, he walked off toward the stairs and disappeared from my field of vision. We told him the elevator wasn't functional, so he went up by foot. That meant Shiroya and I were about to head down. Similarly, the Sekimeiya was about to be stolen. Keeping an eye on hallway B, I moved toward the bathroom. As I still felt something was off with it, I quickly saw the curtain on the floor covering Naomi. The killer had disappeared from the inside, and Akaro might have appeared in the same place. I thought that someone could only travel by making physical contact with the Sekimeiya, so I wanted to see if that was somehow possible from the bathroom. There weren't many places to check. I looked in the toilet, in the water tank, and in the garbage can. I couldn't find anything of importance, and also took my eyes off of Karo, and he could have gone into the fucking room and moved the Sekimeiya, and now you don't know about it. What the fuck, dude? No Sekimeiya traveled from the future, and nothing that indicated how someone would disappear from the inside. Only Sekimeiya could have made the culprit disappear, and there was no way it had vanished through the toilet. I was checking the bathroom about 20 minutes after the culprit had escaped it, but that shouldn't have mattered. When we'd first discovered Naomi's body, nobody had the chance to remove anything because I was the only person to even set foot inside. After that, Arena and Isla were watching from the stairs, so moving around the area was also impossible. Once the group moved to the attic, I'd quickly come back from the second floor and open the door to see if Akaro was present. There were a few seconds around then where someone could have tampered with the bathroom's interior, but since we'd just searched through the entire floor, they needed to have traveled from the future. Maybe the Sekimeiya is stashed like under Naomi or something like that, and then it's gonna get warm and teleport her like into the other room, but high up, and she's gonna fall and the blood's gonna go everywhere. Like, nah, that's
That would be pretty good.
So.
That would be pretty good. That would be pretty good.
They needed to travel from the future. I could justify it like that, but there was hardly any chance of it. After that, I checked every room on the floor. Someone could have entered the bathroom at the time, but the door hadn't moved when I returned to the cleaning room. It would be open wider if someone went through it. So say the bathroom is almost certainly identical to how it was when we found Naomi's body, and there was nothing that allowed the culprit to escape. If you could travel back in time and bring the Sekimeiya with you, that was one method, but nothing indicated it was possible. Could the key to what happened have been removed by Akaro? Whatever it was, had he left the bathroom with it just then? He had nothing in his hands when he left. Aside from that, he only had a couple small pockets in his pants.
He ate it.
Out of the blue, I heard a sound while I was still watching hallway B. The sound itself didn't surprise me since I knew someone else had to be skulking around to hide the Sekimeiya. Trying not to announce my presence, I observed the hallway, knowing that it couldn't yet have been me and Shiroya. Nobody else appeared to be there, which was odd. Shortly after, I heard another sound come from the opposite hallway. I approached hallway A a little nervous. As soon as I peeked in, I saw who else was there.
I hope it's him. I hope it's him.
It's Kite. It's Kite.
Oh!
It was Sai!
Oh, shit. The optimal stopping points are right here in roughly 40 minutes. You can stop in the middle, but that'll be mid-conversation. I think, should we stop mid-conversation, or do we want to stop now?
We could stop mid-conversation if you want to keep going a little bit. Yeah.
I would like to keep going a little bit. I do think we have to stop it. We have to hard stop at like 4 hours, but we'll stop mid-conversation. Thank you. How you doing? It was Sai.
So is this Sai time traveling, or is it Sai using the elevator that he told everyone would move, but really he moved it? He had made the sound and was in front of the event room. However, that shouldn't have been possible. At the moment, he was in the attic. We left him in the bedroom after he climbed the ladder to look around. While I paused, unsure of how to react, he noticed me. As if he had seen a deadly creature, he visibly recoiled. He clearly not expected to see me there, and once we made eye contact, he was left petrified just like I was. I didn't know what his next action would be, so I moved over to him. I was half expecting him to run away, but he stood immobile, waiting for me to arrive.
Hey, Katsuki. How are you doing?
I quickly noticed it. He was pretending not to know what he was carrying in his hip pack. All's good, trying to get the most out of my imprisonment. What about you?
Coincidentally, me too. Has that led you anywhere?
Let's go to the lobby.
Huh? Why?
I don't know, so we don't freeze the world or something. Shori and I were about to arrive. To avoid anything undesirable, we walked to the lobby even though I didn't elaborate further to Sai.
Do you like it better here?
Yes, let's not be too loud either. Anyway, where were you gonna bring that?
Bring what?
What you're hiding there? Sai frowned. He tilted his head down toward his hip pack. Without changing his expression, he unzipped it and the Sekimeiya was uncovered.
What the? This is gonna sound funny, but I had no idea this was here.
Additionally, the Sekimeiya wasn't white, it was gray, the same shade it had shifted to the last time. It does sound funny. Did you accidentally get it from the cabinet and put it there, or did it maybe teleport inside?
I swear, officer, I had no idea it was the Sekimeiya was in my bag.
Is that the Sekimeiya in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me? And more importantly, how did you get here?
You mean that I shouldn't be here, right? I figured. And no, I definitely didn't put it in here. It's not heavy at all, so I didn't notice I had it.
He took it out. It didn't make him travel, and nothing seemed to have happened. Well, that's hard to believe. Right now, the Sekimeiya has disappeared. You must have taken it out and just been about to hide it. The Pashiroya and I had surely already arrived. We went to the bathroom first, and then to the event room. So if Sai had the Sekimeiya, had I interrupted his actions, thereby changing the past?
Nope.
If that was it, my travel would become impossible. Was something terrible about to happen? None of my other actions had resulted in anything similar.
Yeah, I did see the Sekimeiya disappeared. Was it Akaro or was it you? Bro, it's in your bag.
It wasn't either of us. I heard Akaro going up the stairs as soon as he left the bathroom, so it wasn't him. I couldn't look at both hallways at the same time, so I can't be sure that you did it, but you just so happened to be holding it.
Apparently I am. You traveled from the future, right?
Why? Because I shouldn't be here?
Maybe.
I might have traveled, yes. You did too, right?
Me? Don't be stupid. I don't know where the Sekimeiya is. I was just searching for it, and it seems I didn't realize I had it.
I had no idea how I was supposed to take that. I was about to travel with Sekimeiya from room B3, so why did Sai have it? Of course, believing that he didn't know it was in his hip pack was ridiculous. You definitely traveled, right? Did you already have it in your hip pack when you appeared? Is that what you mean?
That's an interesting thought, even though I didn't travel.
If that had happened, it meant that the Sekimeiya traveled with him too, but what would the reason for that be? And even then, who hid the Sekimeiya from the cabinet? It was a fact that we'd seen it empty, but I didn't notice anyone entering the room where Shiraya found it. It turned white again.
You're right. How bizarre.
So I put the Sekimeiya back in his pack, and out of nowhere it changed colors again, recovering its white glow.
So it went back to normal without needing a lower temperature.
Maybe it works again then. Why don't you try touching it?
Because that'd be very stupid of me. I'd disappear and leave the Sekimeiya here with you. What if you're the one who keeps hiding it?
I don't want to hide it anywhere, and you'd appear in the past. You can make it here in the moment you disappear to prevent me from hiding it.
That's assuming I appear inside the tower. If I appear outside, you could do anything you wanted with it.
Yeah, but you'll be free! What? Oh no, how old I am! He zipped the Sekimeiya inside his pack. I didn't respond, but he wouldn't break the silence before I did. Do you really expect me to believe that you're not going to run off with it? Come on, Sai. I get how you work at this point, more or less.
What does that mean exactly?
You just like seeing how things play out. You took the Sekimeiya and did something to end up here. I'm not Kate, and you know I'm trustworthy, so why are you trying to lie to me?
I'd never lied to you, Katsuki. You know that. We're partners. This brief time we've spent together has awoken my deepest feelings for you, in fact.
It's true. Can you stop fucking me and just for the sake of it? I want this gem put back in I want this gem put back in the cabinet, that's all.
Open what late but streamer, may the 4th be with you. Yep, Meta 4th be with you also. I'd love to do that. I was just following your orders. You haven't told me to move since you brought me here, so I was waiting for your next command.
Oh, Meta 4th be with you?
Yeah.
Oh, next year, Metaphor Fantasia, put it back in the cabinet.
The official Atlas account tweeted Meta 4th be with you, just so you know.
Oh, shit. God damn. Did you not hear me?
I heard you. Oh, was that all? What cabinet? There are almost 100 of them.
The one in the event room.
This little shit. That one, huh? Sure thing. Give me a second, though. This is my self-reflection moment of the day.
What the hell was with his face? His appearance was totally blank. I stared at the floor for a while, thinking to myself while Sai let me be. He didn't seem to want to move, so I just observed him in silence. It wasn't like I wanted to get into a fight with him, but he clearly had a problem with me. He shifted his weight from one leg to the other in the few minutes we'd spent in silence, sighing slightly as well. I ran in circles mentally, getting nowhere fast in understanding what the hell was up with him or what had happened with the Sekimeiya. I should have already disappeared, assuming things happened as I remember them. Shiroya must be waiting. Follow me. Follow me. Got it?
Sure. I gotta say, it's not the same without mint tea.
What?
His self-reflection moment.
I walked to the hallway B room where we found the Sekimeiya. It was empty. He's not here.
Did your girlfriend abandon you? That's tragic.
Okay, so we are at Tsuki then. We're not, Kate. I stepped in farther, but I stopped right as I heard Sai taking off behind me. Hey, stop! I turned around and chased after him. Fortunately, I'd reacted fast enough to grab him as he was opening the door to the event room. What the fuck are you doing?
You're fast. I just got really antsy to see if the Sekimeiya was here. That's all.
You were totally running from me, and here you can see that it's not.
Yeah, it appears I'm holding it.
The sudden acceleration wore me out for a moment, so I breathed heavily for a few seconds. I had no idea what Sai was doing there, and it seemed Shiroya had gone somewhere as well. Anyway, put it inside.
Sorry. I'm so grown up. The Sekimeiya, right? Of course, that's what I was gonna do. Let me try not to touch it.
He unzipped his pack and hid his hand under his sleeve.
Since keeping the Sekimeiya in the pack doesn't make me travel, it could be that it requires physical contact with your skin. I'll try to only touch it with my shirt.
He held it in his hand, which was covered by cloth. He realized it would be too hard to do it, so he took off his shirt very slowly, wrapped it around both of his hands. Oops, I dropped. Sorry, he didn't disappear. What he said made sense. Then I scrolled open the glass for him, and he placed. Wait, we have the key, and he placed the Sekimeiya on top of the cushion. Finally, I closed the glass again.
I think it was unlocked. I suppose I was correct.
Maybe, but touching it has done nothing a few times. It's possible that it wouldn't have worked even if you touched it directly.
Godot, what did you do? I doubt it actually. Feel this.
He touched my arm with his sleeve. It was hot.
It wasn't hot at all when it was gray, but now it is. Even the pack is. I bet something would happen if I touched it. That's probably why the refrigeration is needed.
But that's strange. We took it out of its cabinet earlier and touched it while it was white, but it was still cold.
Maybe something else is needed to activate it. Who knows?
Sexual tension. Whatever. What are you doing here? You should still be in the attic.
And I am. Consider the me you're talking to right now as a ghost.
Are you just fucking with me? You traveled to the past just like I did.
No way. Traveling to the past is impossible.
You're getting irritating. I admitted I traveled to the past, so just do the same.
Don't get me wrong. I would if I had. It's just that I haven't. I haven't traveled in time, teleported, or activated the Sekimeiya successfully even once.
That's bullshit. How can you be here then? It's not possible.
Attic Sai is the one from the future. No! You said I should be in the attic, right? Consider this. What if I touch the Sekimeiya in a bit to go back to the past, then go to the attic? I don't have to be the version that's already traveled. I can be the original.
So at some point, the Sai that was around us changed places with you?
Of course not. I was only letting you know it's not impossible. I'm telling you, just treat me as a ghost you hallucinated. I can't be here, you know? I'm in the attic.
Why are you being so stubborn? After Shoria and I headed downstairs, you did too. Then you traveled to the past, and that's why you're here now.
Except that won't happen. You may not believe me, but it's the truth.
Then how can you be here?
Are you sure I truly am? Am I not a figment of your imagination?
You're not. I suddenly thought of something I could corner him with. I grabbed Sai's hand. It was definitely corporeal. He was no ghost. Without explaining, I dragged him to the security room. Give him a hickey, and then you can go and see the other one upstairs to see if the same hickey's there. No, I just punched him in a black eye. Immediately, I noticed something odd. Sai, did you enter this room?
Didn't we all enter it at some point?
Did you enter it during the past 40 minutes?
No, I didn't.
That's strange because the door wasn't completely shut, and look, the computer isn't suspended.
And so what? I must have entered it?
I walked forward to see the time displayed on the computer. It said it was 11:57. Joe, your girlfriend is a huge Fujoshi? What the fuck is that?
That's not true. That's not true. It's ladies who love to see gay men.
Oh, you're just a little Fujoshi?
We're not going to talk about this now. We had a rant about this on Friday. We'll talk about it later. He doesn't know.
Okay.
That's true.
Okay, all right. Okay. I used this computer 47 minutes ago at 11:10. You determined that Kate wasn't in this room during the attack thanks to the sleep timer, so it must be more than 45 minutes.
Yep, 50 minutes of inactivity are needed for the computer to power off the screens.
So if we wait these remaining 3 minutes, we'll be able to see if I was the last person to use the computer. If the screen stay on, someone else used it.
Brilliant.
Also, last time this door should have been opened was earlier when we searched through the entire floor. We made a point to close every door when we were done for efficiency, so it would be harder for anyone hiding to move between rooms.
Yeah, I saw the computer was powered on, which told me that someone had used it in the past hour. The others didn't pay much mind to it, and neither did you. After that, we closed the door.
So you remember. Good. Despite that, it was open a little bit just now. Someone must have come in here. The door isn't loose, and it won't open all by itself.
Yes, and? Do you think it was me?
Well, I found you in hallway A, and you said you were searching for the Sekimeiya. Did you really not enter this room?
I didn't. And even if I had, would you have anything to say?
I'm not sure yet. Let me tell you the reason. I brought you here.
Jelly said we'll talk about the intricacies of the Fujoshi and Himejoshi designations later, kitten. Right now we need to fuck the time egg with this bratty toink. Jesus Christ.
What's Himejoshi?
The opposite, I assume.
Show me your wristwatch.
My what?
It's hidden beneath your sleeve, but I saw you still have it. This is the only room that provides us with the current time, so show me what your own watch displays.
Why?
Because it might reveal your lie. Let's say you traveled from 12:10. It's possible the time displayed would now be something like 12:20. Or he just changed his watch.
I see. That would reveal that I've come from the future. It's a smart idea. I even said earlier that my time matches the computer's, didn't I? Himajoshi is women who like lesbian media, apparently. So, you know.
Oh, you did. If your time's ahead, you time traveled. If it's the same, it's possible that the body you appear with is identical to how it was in that point in time. That would help us confirm what happened with the second Naomi. Either way, he's time traveling.
What if someone edited the computer's time? It'd be trivial.
Well, if someone did that, it would have been you. The door was opened and the screens are still lit. Although I did check the time 50 minutes ago, so I guess it couldn't have been modified recently. Technically, I guess you could have changed your wristwatch time instead.
I actually don't even know how to do that.
What? Just as he said that, the computer entered sleep mode. Oh?
Well, unfortunately, there goes your little theory.
So did someone enter this room and not use the computer? There's no way the door just opened.
Who knows?
Just show me your watch.
My what?
Your watch.
But I'm watching you right now.
Oh my god, what's his problem? Fucking hell. He clearly had a problem with showing me the time, so I knew I was correct. I quickly positioned myself in front of the door so he couldn't escape again. If you don't want to, you can just admit that you traveled. It's not very hard to figure out. After he spent a few more seconds in silence, I decided to act first. I grabbed his arm and looked at the miniature screen on his wrist. What? Did you just do this?
Huh? What's the time?
Don't be stupid. It's broken.
Excuse me?
The screen was blank. Nothing was being displayed on it.
Really? When did it stop working?
Are you just fucking with me again? Did you do this right now somehow?
I didn't do anything. You were looking at me. I didn't even touch the watch.
I couldn't object to that. Even though he'd been buying time, he hadn't touched it at all.
Buying time? We're at 10. Do you want to stop or do you want to keep going?
Let's keep going.
Okay. Do you think that his watch battery died because this is him from like the month in the future or whatever? Because I do.
That's a really big time jump back.
Yeah.
You might have anticipated I was going to ask this and disable it as soon as we entered this room.
Oh, it's flattering if you think I did that, but honestly, I have no idea what happened. I've had it for a long time, so perhaps the battery went out. I don't even know how I'd disable it.
Let me look at it. I was already grabbing his arm, so I inspected the wristwatch a bit more. It had 2 buttons on its sides, probably to edit the time and other parameters. Can you remove it?
Yes, I take it off every night.
You become pretty uncooperative. Just take it off.
Are you confiscating it? You've taken a liking to this watch.
While he continued speaking in his frivolous tone, he handed it to me. I gotten curious about what happened since I clearly didn't want to show me his watch at all. How did you do it? I don't see a power button.
I didn't do anything. It just so happened to run out of battery now.
Would that be a little too convenient?
You can call it fate. Don't worry though, I didn't have anything to hide in the first place.
On the backside of the watch, there was a slot for the battery. It took some effort, but I opened it to see a single lithium battery. How long have you had it for?
Few years.
How many, approximately?
7 or 8?
Maybe we've run out now, but I'm not sure. Lithium batteries are more expensive, but they last a very long time. They outlast plenty of devices. Are you we're entertaining that the watch battery just so happens to... What the fuck?
Hey, you're pretty good. In that case, maybe the watch itself broke.
Looks perfectly fine to me.
Unfortunate then. I'm curious about what happened too, but it might be a bigger mystery than we thought.
You're ridiculous. You know exactly what you did to avoid being exposed.
I think you're the one being silly here. First, I didn't have anything to hide. And second, I did nothing to this watch. I take good care of it so I wouldn't break it on a whim.
You know, remember upstairs in the attic? I looked through a few drawers and found a bunch of useless junk. I believe I might have seen a compatible battery somewhere.
And you were talking about conveniences. You're pretty insistent.
I want to know what happened, but it's not uncommon to have a couple batteries like this lying around. It's also true that I didn't see you mess with the watch, and since it's not damaged, the most likely explanation is a faulty battery, or that it actually was time for it to run out. Let's see if we can power this back on. This watch doesn't receive the time from satellite. You sounded pretty convincing earlier when you said you didn't know how to edit the time. Maybe you just didn't foresee this at all and the battery actually stopped working. Yeah, but then it would reset then. Like, it doesn't save it. If the battery ran out when the display time was, say, 12:10, it could pick up from there when we put the new one in. Watches like that exist. Do they? Also, this watch was working just earlier when you said it was 11:36. Let's see what happens when we insert a new battery.
Are you being serious? We can't go to the attic.
I bet I know why. You're up there and we'd see your past self. Additionally, you don't remember anyone going up. You're up there too, my weeb. Where did you stay? We could just avoid anyone else.
You're getting annoying. I don't know what the people above us are doing.
Let's go then.
Where did you see the battery?
In the living room under the television.
All right, let's be quick.
That works.
They said the next good stopping point is in like 10 minutes from now, probably 5 to 10
All right,
minutes.
let's do that then.
Yep.
Let's do that then. I made sure to keep my grip on Sai's sleeve so that he couldn't escape. I hadn't disregarded Shiroya before moving up, I looked through hallway B and still found no trace of her. I started to get a bit worried. She wouldn't have gone off anywhere. I entered the room soon after we'd left, and she no longer seemed to be on the crystal floor. She couldn't have been attacked, could she? We would have heard a yell, and there hadn't been that much time for anything to happen. By going to the attic, I could also check whether she was on the higher floors. For that reason, and because the elevator was still supposed to be disabled, we took the stairs up. Check the elevator. We circled through every floor without finding her. The attic was unlocked, so we went up the last narrow staircase and entered the living room. The floor showed we'd surpassed the time we'd gone down. I could see Shiroya and my own footprints heading out. I looked at them a few seconds, but it was difficult to determine if anyone had left after us. Why isn't he asking what happened in the room? Because the Sekimeiya wasn't there for his past self to touch it and teleport.
I don't know.
It should be here. I kneeled down and opened a drawer. I had to let go of Sai's hand, but he didn't run away. He at least seemed to be genuinely confused of what happened to his wristwatch. Yeah, here it is.
All right, let's leave.
All right. Oh, sorry. If he wanted to leave, the most likely reason was that he'd lived through that time already and knew that the people who were still in the bedrooms wouldn't notice us. If that was the case, there was no point in defying what he'd experienced. Both of us stepped out of the living room before moving down. I looked at the floor one last time, making a mental note of the arrangement of the footprints for later.
Will it work?
Yes, I think so. It should be compatible with your watch. It was still inside its original package, so it hadn't been used at all. It took me a couple minutes to get it out with no tools, and as soon as I succeeded, it became clear that it would easily fit. It looked the same as the one that was already inside the wristwatch.
I was doing so well.
I uncovered the battery slot again and removed the original battery. I headed to the first partition and left it in a drawer since I didn't have the proper place to dispose of it. After that, I put the new one in place. It was small, so it took me a bit, but it fit perfectly. Finished, I put the cover back on and left the packaging in the same drawer.
Anything.
I turned the watch around and immediately saw that something had changed. It did, but I was wrong.
I told you I wasn't hiding anything.
That's not quite what I meant. Look. I showed him what the screen displayed. The 4-digit display time showed... Yeah, of course it did. No time had been set. Yeah, no shit. I would have assumed that the battery removal reset the internal system, if not for what was above the time.
Uh-oh. That's strange. It might have been like this when I first got the watch.
This should be displaying the current date, right?
Yes.
It wasn't. The date above the time showed 9999 1231. I suppose there was no point to my plan then. I don't know if you purposely arranged this, but something definitely happened to this watch.
It still works, though. The battery had to be the problem. Give it to me.
I handed it over, and he began to fiddle with the buttons.
I see. I can easily set the time with these.
The time began displaying numbers, and Sai set it to 4.
I really don't get what happened, but I'm glad I won't have to get rid of it. I'll make sure to thank Ashia for the new battery, too.
I wanted to object again, but I couldn't find the words. I didn't know anymore if Sai was aware of what had happened.
Boulder said, I love he's worried about not being able to return the battery to a dedicated disposal box. I would be too, but that's because there's something wrong with me.
You traveled to the past, right?
Me?
Let's say you appeared in hallway A. I'll even believe what you said. You realized the Sekimeiya was gone and failed to notice it was in your hip pack. You have a watch, so you would have looked at it to find out how far back you went. Did you do that?
I didn't. However, I didn't travel to the past either, so your question is pretty pointless.
The date was the odd point. Swapping the battery shouldn't have changed it to 999-1231, and it was unlikely Sai edited it. Needless to say, it was the highest date the format of the watch. The format of what the watch would allow. What?
Anyway, let's go back down.
To the crystal floor?
Yeah, I have something to do.
All right.
We're just not going to question that? We're just going to let him get away with that? Okay.
We started moving down. I didn't know what Sai planned to do, but I still had to find Shiroya, who most likely was somewhere below us. Shiroya's not currently in the attic, right?
Who's that?
I let it go before he got on my nerves. Oh, what the fuck is going on? We silently walked all the way down. At first glance, the floor still appeared desolate. What did you want to do?
Let's go to the security room.
Through hallway A, we began walking toward it. His pace was slow, and I'd been in front of him the whole time. Once I was about to reach the doorknob, I heard a sound behind me. I saw an empty hallway as I heard the event room closing.
Oh, shit.
Upon realizing I lowered my guard, I sprinted as fast as I could. I entered the event room, but it was empty. By the time I opened the door to hallway B, I'd lost him. Every door around me was closed except the lobbies. I didn't know where he'd gone, but as soon as I picked the wrong path, Sai would escape. Running toward hallway C meant facing the task of searching through every floor, and going to the lobby meant that he could already have been in hallway A. Instead, I opened a bunch of doors in hallway B, hoping he'd taken shelter in one of them, as I couldn't hear the distant sound of running footsteps.
In light Yagami-ass narration. All right.
They were all empty, and I didn't bother searching too deeply into them.
I'm told we're done. I'm told we're done. We're done.
Okay.
We're done.
All right.
We're done. That's a funny.
Holy sh!
Yeah.
Holy shit! What's going on?
I don't know what that was about, but it was funny. It's just fucking crazy.
Oh, we're over 12 hours.
We're over 12 hours. Yay, we're done. That's all we had to read, right? We can quit? That's it?
We're done. That's
yeah,
it.
we're done.
Yeah, we're
That's
done.
it. Yeah.
The real Sekimeiya starts now.
We're still in chapter 1. We're still in chapter 1.
How many chapters are there?
I don't know. Can we act out more toxic yaoi in the future? I mean, are they gonna keep feeding it to us? Like, Godot, can you do a few more edits? Like, one is by far the longest. That's good to know.
Sai? No.
Oh, no, I don't think so. Well, who are we rating? Also, do you have any thoughts before we figure out who we're rating?
I have no
thoughts. No, sleepy thoughts?
No.
Sleepy?
It's my only thought is that it's implying that watch has gone through an existence of like almost over 10,000 years. And that pisses me off that at the end of that 10,000 years, it's still somehow enough battery to last a couple more minutes before conking out. And also the rest of the electronics are functioning. There's no fucking way. Like, there's no fucking way. 10,000 years? No fucking way.
Can Joe say, oh yeah, can you say the phrase, you have all the pieces in your Von Boulder vampire voice?
You have all the pieces.
Thank you.
Why?
Don't worry about it.
I'm more pissed off about the idea that it kept the date off the battery. Yeah, it kept the date, but it didn't keep the time. Fucking hell.
All right, we're gonna raid Walrus because apparently he's losing his mind. His status on Twitch says something about how he's doing a run of something until he wins, and I think he's been live for a really long time. So
What game is he playing?
FTL, Faster Than Light.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh
He's
no.
been live for what's the time on this? 12 hours and 15 minutes. 12 hours.
What was the most useless ship that we had in that game when we streamed it? It was just the worst ship.
I don't
It
know.
came with the hacking on it. Stealth B. It wasn't Stealth B. It was the robot men or whatever. They were really bad.
He got voted
That's
as a normal guy. I saw that August. I voted for him to be a normal guy. Okay.
NG, that was it. Thank you.
Raid message for Walrus. Raid message for Walrus is 12 hours. So get in there. All right. Thanks for coming. See you next week. Who knows what day?
Damn.
All right. Goodbye, everyone.
Power stayed on.
Power stayed on.